What is up, my friends? Greetings and happy Monday. Welcome everybody to impending doom. I don't know. We're gonna be playing some more Nightfire on the Game Boy Advance, and it is proving to be a laborious challenge. I am so far anyway up for the challenge in question, but it is turning out to be a little bit of a slog. The game continues to be, well, challenging obviously, but also a little bit baffling and strange and surprising in, I don't know, a multitude of ways. It is quite brazen in some of its ambitions to give players a bad time. But as tough and as occasionally tedious as it has been over the course of Saturday's stream, we did manage to make fairly solid progress. I am at a point where I am currently finding it highly unlikely that we will complete the game tonight, but I predict that we have 3 levels left. So if we at least clear one of them, which I do think is quite likely because we made it pretty far into the level over the course of Saturday's stream, that means we probably have a decent shot at least doing a bit of research on the following level. If things go exceptionally well, it is conceivable that we could beat the following level. And if my predictions are accurate, which they most certainly have not always been, but if, then the final level could potentially be a relative short and simple level. That was the case for both the console Nightfire and the PC Nightfire. So maybe the GBA game, you know, holds true to that. But we'll see. So far, it has been a relatively steady escalation of challenge, but not linear. And not, you know, every level has not been more work, let's call it, than the last one. But on average, you know, that's kind of how it's been going. So we'll see. We'll see. I have faith that we can do it, but we'll see. My, you know, my patience has limits. We will see how far those limits will get pushed on tonight's stream, I suppose. I don't have a huge amount of housekeeping type stuff to go over before we get started. But I I can give you guys an update, a brief update on my balcony renovation situation in case you didn't hear. My building, last year we were supposed to get new, like they were renovating all the not just balconies but a whole bunch of stuff like around the house, but there was like a subcontractor that was involved somewhere in the process that went like belly up in the middle of things, so they just kind of had to abort and cancel at some point, and there were like legal proceedings, and I would get like monthly updates on like notes in my mailbox basically on what was going on. Eventually they figured some shit out and they were like, all right, well, okay, I think everything is in place to get started again in 2024. So now we got some information that things were on the way, and in fact work has now begun. I noticed last week that they were beginning to construct, what do you call it? Construction shit, whatever. For them to like access the entire exterior of the building. And I also noticed that my balcony slash, what you would call it, I live on the ground floor, but technically it's a balcony, had been like torn apart to be rebuilt and replaced, and they started work proper, I guess, on that today. I did not work today, so I had the joy and blessing of witnessing some of this work firsthand as it happened. Not by sight, but oh boy, most certainly by sound. I got up to get breakfast at, I don't know, 7:38, something like that. And there was some extremely loud something or other going on, drilling, grinding, I'm not sure what, but it was very pervasive. And it was kind of going on off and on for like an hour or two before I was beginning to go really mad. So I was like, all right, I can't. Like the first measure I took was putting on my noise canceling headphones just as like hearing protection, which improved things for sure, but it was still like hard to focus on anything. So I eventually just went out for a walk for like an hour. I was like, you know what? I'm glad. I appreciate that. I got the kick in the behind I guess I needed to go out and get some exercise. And you know, we actually are having very nice spring weather today. Been flip-flopping between literal inches of snow and like really nice warm weather, but today was one of the good days, so worked out pretty well. And once I got back home, there were only brief instances of loud construction work that I had to contend with. But we'll see. You know, they're supposed to be working on this stuff for a couple of weeks, I think, at least. But hopefully, each individual balcony. I mean, there's a bunch of apartments in the building, so the actual noise that is literally being generated like about 3 meters in front of me, where I'm sitting here, will not be going on for that long, or at least not on days when I'm at home. But I'm actually very excited because just seeing what things ended up like on the other buildings in my neighborhood where they actually were able to finish construction last year, it looks really nice. So I'm very eager to have a new and improved patio of sorts, ready for summer. That's going to be pretty great, actually. So fingers crossed everything goes well and I will have too many incredibly obnoxious nightmare construction noise issues to deal with. But there's your there's your balcony construction update for this week. But yeah, I think that's about it. I think we are we're more or less ready to hop on over to the games Bond scene and catch up on where we're at with Nightfire. Indeed, Mission 27, 007 Nightfire for the Game Boy Advance. The third and final Nightfire game, which at this point, I will be frank and feel like it's going to be kind of good riddance. Highs and lows, to be sure. And I do genuinely appreciate and I find it really exciting to get to play multiple versions of the same game concept, like in this case. But it's unfortunate that the games have had a very steady progression of like frustration. The console game was awesome, but even that was like the second half or like the last third of the game had a lot of very frustrating stuff. I mean, of course, now I'm looking at it and it's like, you know what, that was I wish I was back there, but at the time it was a steep decline in enjoyment within that game. And then the PC game was like, well, okay, it's not going to have driving levels, and those were the worst parts of the console game, so maybe this one won't be so bad. And then, of course, it had like twice as long levels instead, and pretty bad shooting, and it was just like not as good of a game, and had a few particularly annoying sections and stuff to deal with where objectives were not made very clear, etc. And from there, we've gone to the GBA version where there's like a number of very baffling design choices. The most obviously egregious one is that the game sort of retains the score system from the other versions, well, each version kind of has its own take on it, but there is a score system and there are medals. So for each level, you can get a medal based on what score you complete the level with. And unlike the other versions, and unlike any kind of common sense, if you complete a level successfully, but fail to achieve a bronze medal or better, the game will not allow you to advance. So you are forced to get a bronze medal on a stage before you're allowed to play the next stage. Technically, I guess maybe it's possible that the console game did that too, but I managed to get a bronze on every level. I don't think that's the case, but even if that was the case, A, that's still stupid, and B, at least like the difficulty level is balanced slightly better to make that less likely to happen. But the whole thing is just weird. And luckily, or I mean, if that's the word, as far as our progress goes in the GBA version, the last several levels that we've completed, the first time we made it to the end of it, we had done well enough to get a bronze. And on one hand, it's like, oh, okay, that's good. We didn't have to redo the level. But also, the reason that we ended up in that position was that we did, in fact, have to redo the level about 800 times in the process of learning how to get through it. Because once we got past the first few levels, the level of difficulty, the level of sort of general, I don't even want to call it challenge, but just rudeness on display by the game is pretty atrocious. And we are in the later stages of the game, but I would say for the past several levels, beating the game or beating a level basically comes down to inching forward very carefully, learning every single spawn point, because the game basically, you know, it has a lot of, you step on a trigger, and when you step on there, 4 enemies spawn. You kill them, you move on to the next trigger, a new set of enemies spawn, and that's just kind of how it goes. And you just have to know where every single enemy is going to spawn and be ready with your reticle where they're about to spawn, so you can shoot them before they shoot you, or at least shoot them before they can shoot you too much. Because if someone is shooting at you and you are not already shooting at them, you are losing an unsustainable amount of health, and that goes for like every single enemy encounter at that point in the game, in like the second half, not before that. So it becomes a very, you know, laborious process of learning and memorizing every single spawn point and just sort of sacrificing an attempt to beat the level for the purposes of making sure that you know where enemies spawn. And then you have to like just remember all of that throughout the entire level, and that's where things are going to get a little bit tricky. And it's just not that fun. But of course, what that does mean is that in order to even, you know, barely get through a level, you have to know it so well that you're going to basically be doing pretty okay on score. So far, that's been the case. What's up, Hoffman? So you'll see what I'm talking about soon enough. If you weren't around for earlier streams, you will get to know what I'm talking about very shortly. But yeah, as the little info dump here explains, the game is based on the same concept, story, and premise as the other two, but plays a little differently. Interestingly, it does appear that the levels and the cutscenes, or its like approximation of them, are mostly based on the PC game and not the console game. The difference is sort of negligible in some ways, but the actual levels, case in point, the level we're on right now, the jungle infiltration level, or the island infiltration, I should say, is based on a level that is in the PC version that is not in the console version. Everything about the two previous versions, the PC and the console versions, kind of give the impression that the console version is the bigger deal. It feels like way more high budget, high production values with all the different elaborate vehicle stages and everything. The PC version feels a little stripped down and simplified and just a little jankier in comparison. So I would have thought or expected that the console one would be more of the kind of flagship version that you would base this one up, because at the end of the day, like, it's such a bare approximation that it doesn't really make that much of a difference, I feel like. Then again, you have stuff like the current level where there is an on-foot level to kind of base this one around in the PC game, and you know, it doesn't exist in the console game, and trying to approximate the vehicle levels, you know, let's just say it's probably for the best that they didn't try to do that. But it's interesting because that was one of the questions I had going into this game, you know, is it going to feel like a adaptation of either the console game or the PC game, or is it going to feel like its own sort of third pillar? And I think the answer is somewhere in between. It is clearly more based on the PC version than the console one, but in any case where we've been in a level and you can kind of go, oh yeah, I know this part, this is here. And I think like when we were in the Phoenix Tower level and we had to escape and we're like, all right, I have to get into the security room, or the objective didn't even mention a security room, it just said like raise the gates and escape through the front door, whatever. It's like, well, I can kind of recognize the layout of this lobby, and that means the security room should be on the right, and that should be where we open up the door. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. And that basic layout is the same in all three, but the actual specifics and the details are different in all three. So when there are parts where the actual level architecture or the geometry and the layout is like, oh yeah, I can navigate this based on my knowledge from the previous versions of the game, in those situations it wasn't any closer to the PC one than to the console one. It's more about the narrative beats that string together the different parts of the level are more like taken directly from the PC version. So in some instances that means that the visuals and sort of, it's just slightly closer to the PC version, but it's still like it's clearly closer to the PC version than the console version, but it's not so close that it doesn't also feel like its own thing. If that makes sense. I'm anxious to find out how much I have forgotten about the level we're on and how well we're going to be able to do. I think it's going to be a little, I'm going to need a little warm up, I think, to get back to where we were. But the last attempt we did on the last stream was actually not bad, and we made a lot of progress on that last one attempt. So if we can get back to that point, we should be pretty close to beating the level, but let's not take anything for granted. Of course, a brief update on Q Branch Research Funding Initiative. We made some progress there last time, and we have now completed 4 of 10 daily objectives necessary to unlock the next bonus game. The way this works is by contributing to the channel in the form of subscribing, cheering, buying merch, or donating. You will accumulate Q credits. Well, not you personally, but we as a community. And that translates basically to, if you cheer 100 bits, that'll be 100 Q credits. If you subscribe at tier 1, that'll be 250, and so forth. So by a combination of, let's say, 4 subs or 1,000 bits or some equivalent, we will reach 1,000, which is the daily objective. When we have reached the daily objective on 10 separate occasions, we will unlock the next bonus game, which I am pretty excited about. I look forward to getting to that when we get to that. And I believe that's about it for Bond-related housekeeping and getting everybody up to speed. So why don't we see if we can boot up the game? Yeah, get ready for some crunchy JPEGs. A lot of those in this game, that's for sure. A lot of crunchy visuals in general. Immaculate walk cycle. Still, that's one of the cooler gun barrel intros we've seen. An appreciated effort, certainly in contrast to a lot of other stuff in this game. Not that the game's problem really is that it feels low effort. Quite ambitious with the 3D graphics and everything. It's just a little bit inane. What up, Sword Fam? Walk cycle gives you a laugh at least. Yeah, you know, it Gives you that misplaced sense of levity and comfort. The calm before the storm, if you will. My controller not plugged in or not working. Oh, I was using my actual Super Nintendo controller. It's like, why isn't my controller working? I needed this controller. Oh, there we go. I think technically I might have a converter to use my actual Super Nintendo controller somewhere. I'm not sure, but I'd rather use my my cheap USB one. It'll do just fine. Oh yeah, there's like a good second or so, half second to a second of input lag in the menus. That's always a great first sign. Puts us in the mood. That's right. Island caves, a level during which there are no real caves. There's a technically there's a spot where we enter a cave entrance, and then there's a cutscene, and then we emerge on a different cliff. Not entirely unconvoluted controls, which are also a little bit of an issue. I think the controls work well enough, at least in terms of the button bindings. But yeah, another big issue with this game is the really heavy inertia on both moving and rotating aiming, which makes it... Oh, yeah, I think I'd already sort of purged that from my memory, because I'm reminded looking at that screen, and I'm already like, oh boy, dreading trying to control Bond. Anyway, we'll start the timer and get going. We'll rewatch the intro for this level for those who didn't see it before. The last 24 hours, our spy satellites have been unable to decipher any transmissions from Drake's Island. Some sort of jamming technology has been activated. First order of business is to shut it down. Oh yeah, that's right. Nice, I think I shot her. Okay, is she, oh yeah, she's not gonna snipe that guy, I guess. I forgot that we start this level in front of several enemies. Great start. We get ammo here, but... or armor, rather. This guy. I was stingy with ammo, and I lost half my health for my trouble. That's okay. I'm expecting to die pretty shortly anyway. This is more about remembering the spawn points. That looked like she shot the dude up here. Yeah, she did. I had in my brain that I could walk all the way up here for the next spawn, but that was not the case, clearly. But this isn't the one where I... walk all the way over to the right. No, that's the next cliff. Snipe someone here. Fire when ready. Alright, we'll do that, I guess. Yeah, clearly I didn't really remember any of the spawn points very well. Alright, try again. I usually strafe left in the beginning just to get a little bit of coverage from the cliff here. Dude right next to, like, guys standing here where I'm at right now, basically. She will generally take care of that guy at least. Oh, I had to reload. You know what? That's actually... I was gonna restart, but... I might figure out the next spawn point. So she's actually quite helpful. In the beginning, I thought she was useless, because she's... like, her... she's kind of going off of the same triggers as the enemy spawns, and she will advance to a certain point, and then we'll shoot some enemies, and then she will kind of stop. But it's really bizarre, because the enemies... kind of won't acknowledge her existence, and vice versa. So, looking at her for any indication on whether or not there are enemies around is not reliable. Why he tried to back around the corner? Yeah, see, she'll just stand there, and they won't really shoot at her, I don't think, either. It's very unnatural and unintuitive, and that's kind of the big thing of the whole experience. You can learn how things operate, but it's never intuitive. Alright, so here it's perfect. Like, now she'll just shoot, and as far as I'm aware, she can't get killed, so you kind of need to rely on that to preserve health and ammo. There's a guy there. I don't know if I need to get him just yet. Except these. I definitely want to be on this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to take out that guy before I trigger the next wave. The problem is also when enemies spawn around corners or behind you in a way where you can't really see them. You can't like get the drop on them, basically. Enemy dead. In case you couldn't tell, that was an enemy. So here I have to walk forward and then immediately back up so I can.
Fire when ready.
I didn't mean to duck. The wrong button. I almost fell off the level there. Right, because she won't snipe that guy. Maybe not this guy either. Nope. Got the other guys, I guess. I think there is 3 more armor bits in that little shack. They're actually kind of recovered at this point. That's good to know. I didn't remember exactly how well. So there's 1 more wave of enemies, I think.
Fire when ready. Cover me.
Only want to kill that guy. Yeah, because she is capable of advancing to her last little checkpoint there. Even though some enemies are still around. And that can get a little confusing. Alright, yeah, there's a few rough spots there, but again, if we recover here, then we're basically alright. Alright, cutscene. Transmitter. It must be part of the jamming array. Seen arrays like this before. They depend on multiple transmitting stations. Laura, see if you can acquire us a ride. I'll search for backdoor inland. Right, we'll rendezvous back here. Good luck, James. Yeah, we got so far last time as to attempt the rendezvous, but we died on our way back. So we need to go up here, go around back to the beginning of the level to enter the cave, the upper floor here. And then we get to the second section of the level where we have to blow up a couple of satellite dishes. So I know that I'm gonna need to shoot this guy over there, but I think take care of these guys first. Took 3 hits there. Oh, okay. It's okay. So only these 2 guys spawn on this trigger. I didn't realize. There will be a guy.
Fire when ready.
Down on the beach. See him? I got him? Yeah. think so. I know that there's a guy that's going to spawn behind me. I think that is next. I don't think there's one more spawn in between. I think this was the strat. Stand up. That's the hump.
Fire when ready.
Shoot him, and then I turn around. Oh my god. I was gonna say, and have slight coverage from this little hill. That didn't work. That worked last time. But, yeah. Keep in mind that by the time I got to the checkpoint with the cutscene, I was at full health. So it wasn't like I died there because I, like, super screwed up. Yeah, she's not shooting. There we go. Now she's awake. Fuck. Oh, okay. Try again. I'm sad to report that my patience is already being tested here. Yeah, look at my health. Yeah, she didn't activate yet. Watch. Oh no, she walked up right now after everyone's dead. Oh, okay. Whoa. Guess I can spawn the second wave. Oh, yeah, the hurt boxes are huge too. Up, Gapsy, why do they make this game so hard? I don't know. You have to ask them. Are there any difficulty options? Yes. We're playing on normal, and there's also hard mode. So we can make the game harder if we want, but I think we might have to start the game over to do that. That's obviously not going to happen. I wonder if I walk forward. I'm not sure. See, she like... Is it when I kill this guy? Yeah, okay. Let me try that. Let me try to identify that guy. Or does he? No, he's not there already. Okay, I activated her. We are in the pretty late stages of the game, but it is, yeah, it's like just really obnoxious the way it's designed to work, really. Yeah, I don't actually have to round that corner. Yeah. He will clear out that crowd. That guy, though. Got more than books in this. 5 or 6 is usually enough, but careful. Where this trigger is exactly.
Fire when ready.
Oh my god. Okay. I was trying to hog the wall. I don't want to be in the open, because if you're in the open and you have like more than 1 or 2 guys shooting at you, your health is just gonna get melted.
Fire when ready.
Yeah, you just want to make sure to get the guy who's out in the water. That's what activates her. This guy before he can snipe us. Oh, okay. Because I was just about to say, yeah, because the guys who are positioned like that, who actually snipe, they basically won't miss, and they will do like 3 points of health in every shot. That's how we switch.
Fire when ready. Cover.
So she will take care of that guy eventually, but I don't know if I can afford to wait. But it worked out okay. think it's probably when I cross this corner.
Fire when ready.
Sort of.
Cover.
She has a slow rate of fire, but she'll get the work done. If she can't, I mean, I can kill her, obviously, because I did that a few times. But I'm not positive if the enemies can't. Actually, I don't think the enemies even shoot at her. I think that's the real thing. She probably could get, like, caught in the crossfire, but they will never target her. So if I'm not around, the enemies are just going to idle, and she'll just pick them off. So, steadily improving on this part already. Well, there's half my health. Bullets also don't travel instantaneously, so that's why it's a little awkward to snipe dudes and trying to preserve ammo. Of course, there wasn't really a strong need to preserve ammo, so that was just me being kind of stupid. Alright, we're still okay though.
Fire when ready.
Wah. Oh my, how the fuck did I get hit that much? Oh, I shouldn't be surprised. She just fucking ignored every single enemy. She just fired for a while and then she just saw fit to advance. She walked through this because they don't target her. It's so fucking stupid. Someone left on the... Oh, okay. That guy who's got us killed, basically. Well, we could still hypothetically... get a little bit of science and practice in here, so... Kind of a waste of time, but... Not necessarily. I want to try to make sure... Now that I remember that we fight these first two guys on their own... I got hit, but hugging the wall there at least, or trying to... A little easier to not get hit. And at least there is a very clear audio cue when enemies spawn. Screw that up. Keep screwing up. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. Oh. So, the way the controls work, you shoot on the A button, that's the most straightforward thing. L and R strafes left and right. But that's where the straightforward stuff ends. Well, select reloads, that's pretty straightforward. I heard her gun. Yeah, she did something, but then she just stopped. But so the B button does a lot of stuff. The B button does nothing on its own. But if you hold B and tap up, you jump. Tap B, hold B and tap down to crouch. Or up to just stand up if you're crouching. But usually you just jump anyway. B plus L or R swaps weapons. Holding both L and R, both strafe buttons, goes into aiming mode, which allows you to look up and down or go into the scoped view with scoped weapons. So, a lot of the time, if you're trying to strafe back and forth, and if you try to crouch or jump while doing so, you will inevitably start swapping weapons. Kind of problematic. But also, it's very easy to get mixed up when you need to, like, because I use crouching primarily, and this was very true in the previous level. Yeah, I wasn't ready for that. But a little bit here to adjust my aim. Crouching to aim lower is in a lot of ways a little easier than like aiming like this. So in my mind, I tend to conflate a little bit, which I literally just did now. I mean, I guess it doesn't help that I'm talking about the use of B plus up with the use of L and R plus up. So a lot of the time when I mean to aim up or down, I will accidentally crouch or jump instead. Because enemies will destroy you so fucking fast. Anything that keeps you from doing what you intend to do for a second, while also like getting you a little confused and discombobulated in the process, can be quite devastating. Oh, I meant to stand up and I did a running jump instead. Be careful about mission at this point. I have to get in a position where the pixels will align in such a way that I can actually target him. Fuck off! Why did that not kill him? Annoying. I'm concerned. Mainly that I'm getting as kind of stressed out as I am. I can't basically... Okay, there's quite a lot of room here. Okay, I can back up further here. The thing is, if I walk too far out here, if I walk to the edge of that polygon, I die. So I need to be a little careful. But I can actually back up a little further here than I thought, which would actually provide cover from the guy on the right. And that is something I need to incorporate, because without it, I'm getting hit by both those guys. How do I deal with this final group? There's a guy, there's gonna be a guy up here. So I don't know if he's gonna snipe me if I'm like standing right next to the cliff. Oh, scare that guy. He took off. I think she might have killed the guy. She's so inconsistent that it's like really hard to get a good... Oh, that's him right there. Further ahead. Oh, but that's good. That means I can... It's pretty safe to back up there. Whoa. That actually went shockingly well. We're basically back on full health now. Once we stock up in the little shed. But even here, there's like so much... There's so much that can go wrong, and there's so little that has to go wrong for things to fall apart. I guess this is max ammo? I could carry more. Nope, never mind, we can. Picking up stuff is just very finicky. You can shoot someone like 2 feet next to their knee and they'll die. But you have to thread a needle to pick up a gun. Nice. Perfect. So you have to find these like little spots. That are like, well, if I stand precisely over here, I'll not get hit, basically. Ooh, I didn't mean to jump up like that, but miraculously, I'm not getting shot. But that's right, I forgot. There is actually a little blue-gray pixel over there is an armored vest, which is full health. We do have that.
Fire when ready.
Yeah, see, these guys just killed me in 1 second last time. And this time, one of them attempted to shoot, and he hit once. So I don't know if I did anything different, but needless to say, there's a certain degree of luck involved. But at least we've gotten through this section once, which means that for the next 12 times that we're going to redo this, we'll not be getting a lot of nasty surprises. Hopefully. And there's no point, like, saving the vest, because we're... Technically, I guess we are coming back, but if we are, at that point, all the spawns, the items would be, like... Because items spawn and despawn on triggers, too. We've had other levels where you walk down a hallway, and you do something, and you come back the same hallway, and now there's pickups there that weren't there before. Guess I got all of them? Yeah.
Fire when ready.
So, of course, now we have a whole new section where I've not really memorized the spawns. And there's going to be some real nasty ones here with guys popping up behind us and whatnot. But we will inch forward very carefully. We might be okay. Oh, that's right. They... Just about to say, they spawn up here. Guys spawning at other elevations. Always a little tricky. Thought maybe there would be a second guy, but I thought that was later. Also, again, I don't know how I didn't get hit there. Usually, they're experts at shooting you around corners when you can't really even see them. Alright, so I think they will spawn once I side here. Armor on my left, I believe. Somewhere in here. In the next... I need to go inside here anyway, so I'm probably better off doing this now. Gonna be a guy with through. Well, anywhere you can imagine a guy popping up to cost us, it's safe to assume that someone will. So we got to use all those satchel charges to blow up these dishes. Throughout this section, there's also going to be some armor pickups. There's even a vest, I think, at some point. But we got a long road ahead of us. Why is there one there? But I think maybe someone's gonna come from behind.
Fire when ready.
Oh, that's right. This guy just fucking spawns right next to you. I forgot. What's up, Space Hoppercopter? I see you. You kind of learn to pick out the enemies from the environments, even though you can't really see what anything is. You just learn to discern certain kinds of shimmering pixels from other kinds of shimmering pixels.
Fire when ready.
Bad. No one. So far, pretty straightforward spawns, really. As long as you're on your guard and, you know, ready to stop and take aim. Not being thrown anything we can't handle. We're in here. Bridge. Right, so now I'm entering that same little grotto or whatever opening from the other direction. Just guys over there now. It's really the you know, enemies spawning right in front of you is, you know, well, I don't want to say not a big deal, but it's straightforward enough to deal with. But I have to be ready for when they spawn behind you. And it's really like you got to memorize which parts that happen, because then you have to apply a different strategy. So what's happening here a lot of the time is I'm fearful of enemies spawning behind me, so I end up wasting a bunch of time like turning around, and that's getting me shot from the front instead. But it's really only that one guy who spawns right next to us. I think that's been the only spawn like that so far. Which means that for the most part and throughout this section, we don't really have to be looking over our shoulder like that. More to the point, those instances are probably few enough that we can, without too much trouble, just like learn those instances. I remember shooting someone through this railing right here. Makes me feel like they spawn before you go onto the bridge. But of course... Yep, there you go. I was gonna say... Okay. Alright, okay. So they spawn at either end of the bridge, including literally right where I'm standing. See, my memory there was mostly accurate, but I didn't trust it enough. I was about to say that, you know, being on the bridge is where you would be the most exposed, so... Figured they'll wait till then to spawn the enemies. So we have to go out really far onto this little tiny ledge to reach that, and we're going to be super exposed. I want to say that there's a vest somewhere around there. I could be misremembering. Now, of course, we have to go back this entire way.
Fire when ready.
Yeah, see, so that's what I'm talking about. You get shot around corners where you can't even see what's shooting at you. But for our first real attempt at that section, I think that went better than you might expect, quite frankly.
Fire when ready.
Alright, I don't know what she's up to, but... whatever. We actually have a fairly decent margin for error in this section.
Fire when ready.
Did you get up? Nope. Oh, okay, there we go. Armor here.
Fire when ready. Cover me. Cover me.
No, I don't think I will. I think you can cover yourself just fine. I'll leave it to the professionals. Up here, not at this point. I keep forgetting. It's so like, they do a good enough job of making sure we're not walking through like identical repeated level geometry and such to the point where you can't tell which section you're on. But it is at times samey enough to be potentially ambiguous, or at least easy enough to get tripped up and everything you have to like memorize. Oh, on. Get him for a second.
Fire when ready. Cover me.
Oh, okay. There we go. I was gonna say, wait, I didn't hide from that guy, but yeah, he walks off. They ignore each other, of course, but yeah, we'll get some help over here. Sure what's going on with the music either, but right, so when these spawn, I want to back up a little bit.
Fire when ready. Cover me.
Looks like she's shooting at him, but just missing. Confusing because there's a gun over there because there was someone else up top there that we killed. Well, there's more armor there anyway. And sometimes if you like, you don't know where someone is or isn't, dead bodies and the guns left behind can quite easily be confused for one another. Or more to the point, an enemy crouching, a living enemy, can be confused for a gun left behind because the corpses will disappear relatively quickly. The guns will stay around. Alright, let's hope we have good luck with the cliff guys. I at least have one or two armors I could go back there for if really necessary. Here, jump, crouch. Wasteful, not the most elegant, but oh yeah, the game also keeps track of our accuracy and numbers of enemies killed and all kinds of shit for score.
Fire when ready.
So you kind of want to be a little efficient. Okay, I'm gonna take a gamble of not going back for the extra health. Time is also scored. You get a massive score penalty if you miss the par time. At least if you miss it by a lot.
Fire when ready.
Alright, nice. Loading. Can I fucking hit him? There we go. Okay. That was not clean, but it doesn't matter. We got the armor. And I missed half of the ammo there. More than half. Of course, I missed one. There we go.
Fire when ready.
I don't know if the crouching guys are more accurate, but they feel more dangerous. Top. Okay, right? Did he not spawn yet?
Fire when ready.
He didn't spawn yet. That was a mistake. Could have triggered the spawn backed up. I think there's a second guy though. There is. I wonder if it could be a wise choice to not blow up this satellite until we return, because I think we have to go back this all the way back anyway. So I'm not sure. It could have an impact on what other stuff spawns or not. But I'm not sure. I feel a little more secure in doing things the way I've done them. I was about to say no, doing things the way I know how to do them. A slight stretch, but like, as these guys probably didn't exist until I walked in here. But I don't know. I don't feel really comfortable making a bunch of guesses and presumptions either. Alright, so after we leave here, this guy's gonna spawn right next to us here.
Fire when ready.
Technically he spawned inside, but he's positioning himself there. Same difference. So that was pretty good. Although I've never actually seen him run out through here, so probably we should be like backing up like this. Probably the best way to dealing with that. Scabby the Rat, what's up? How is this game? Looks pretty good for GBA FPS. It's pretty bad. It is very frustrating and extremely difficult. I mean, it's like reasonably impressive and functions well enough, but the controls have this really heavy inertia to them that makes it quite difficult to aim. Enemies will kill you super duper fast. Basically, like we're doing this level. This is like attempt 25 or something, and you just have to like know where every single enemy spawns, so you can kill them right when they spawn, or else they will melt your health bar.
Fire when ready.
And that's how you have to play, like, constantly. And even then, it's down to a lot of luck. And making adjustments with the aim is tricky. There's just a lot of things that sort of add up to making it quite frustrating. I think we can safely grab... Yeah, because nothing's going to spawn over here until we get close to the bridge. It is very satisfying when you, like, progress and you actually learn how to deal with stuff, but...
Fire when ready.
You know, it's still pretty annoying. Alright, okay. So I think we collected all the armor, right? So we're about as healed up as we're gonna be. But we have a slight shot at not getting as destroyed by the guys on the bridge, because I'm a little more ready for how they're gonna spawn. Oh, nice, there's one more armor.
Fire when ready.
I was gonna say, he must be coming out from the building, right? Yeah, that railing is like fake, by the way. It might prevent you from walking off the bridge. I'm not about to find out. But you can shoot right through it. Thankfully. That actually went shockingly well. But now what? Ooh. Basically, those guys that are far away, they won't notice you. But if they get shot once, they will. And once you aggro them, they have like infinite range and they'll snipe you and they'll just destroy you. But you can stun lock enemies when you shoot them. So as long as you got a few pixels to aim at like that, you can just keep sustained fire. And at least with this gun, it's accurate enough to kind of keep them stun locked until you're until they're dead. And as far as the snipers go, you have to kill them before they start shooting at you, because they won't miss and they will deal like a quarter to a third of your health bar in one hit. It's quite rough. Okay. This is where we died last time. I don't remember how enemies spawned here. But I think probably... So far, you know, it's been pretty straightforward.
Fire when ready.
Oh yeah, they shot me around the corner. That's right. Nice.
Fire when ready.
Backing up. Still, no one from behind? Really just in those two gray buildings, I guess, really. Where technically they actually spawn from behind. That's easy to remember. Good. Oh, that's right. It's just the guy's shoulder right there. I think I might have invented that armor vest. Luckily, we're doing okay regardless. You get a grenade launcher. Yeah, this is such a troll. You get the grenade launcher here, thinking like, oh, okay, maybe I can just shoot this with a grenade launcher then. Maybe I don't need to actually walk out that perilous little tiny ledge. Nope, you definitely do. Wonder if I could... Okay, so let me try something. If I'm walking up to this wall... Wave to this side... I'm definitely not aligned. I guess I should be able to just align myself like so. And using this edge as a... Okay. Fuck it.
Fire when ready.
Alright. I didn't get too badly shot there. But even if I'd strafed out there... You know what? Actually walking backwards on this... Probably is better. Then I can stop, like, aim. Alright. Well, there's one armor plate there to collect still, so... Could have gone worse. I didn't mean to jump, but that's fine. Made the explosion more exciting. Okay, so this is as far as we made it, more or less. We made it kind of halfway back that previous time, but as far as, like, objectives... we've blown up all the satellite dishes. We're now meant to go back and rendezvous with Allura. Question is, what's going to happen when we get to the end of this area and hit the level transition trigger? Is that going to be a cutscene? Do we have to fight all our way back the cliff in the first area again? I can't imagine the level's going to end. Surely there's more to it, but we'll see what that is. This section really hasn't been as bad as the first one. As long as we're kind of ready for what's up. Which of course I am not at this point. I've made it this far before, but I don't remember where enemies are going to be, so... But rest assured, there will be enemies. But again, on our way here, it's easy to memorize the places where we're attacked from behind, because there's only the two spots and they're kind of the same. Oh, actually got squeezed in there by the railing. Know that they work. Okay.
Fire when ready.
My time's gonna be so bad, by the way. Oh yeah, new armor spawns in here. Fucking lucky, because I just got melted. I think these guys might have been who killed me last time we got this far. We should be pretty close to the end now. Thought we were in the... Oh, right. Used. More armor. Fuck. Although that's a little worrisome in terms of to expect moving forward. Okay. Clearly someone's behind us there. But I took a gamble and ran away instead. Okay, PB. Oh. James, I'm on my way to pick you up. Meet me outside. She's got the Jeep. Oh. Is this the end? This is the end of the level in the PC version. Shall we? No, doesn't look like it. It is! Holy shit, we beat the level. Oh my god, I am blown away. I never in a million years thought that that would be the end of the level. I was expecting like another second half. Wow. Not even an hour of playtime today, and we've completed one more level. Oh, that's amazing. That's like the first time in a while I feel like this game has thrown us a bone and provided a positive surprise. We didn't find the bond bonus token. Yeah, look at this. Holy shit. 16 minutes, 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes over par, and that's a deduction of 29,000 points. I think the guy who was chasing us at the end was the only guy we didn't kill. That's our 3%. But luckily, it's not like you get a massive bonus that's necessary for reaching 100, so getting close enough to 100% still gives us plenty score. Accuracy, pretty bad. Health, that only counts what your health is at when you beat the level. It doesn't take into account how much you've gotten shot, just how much you've managed to replenish your health before getting to the exit. So yeah, that's what I was talking about before. Like, if you don't hit the par time, you get severely penalized. Thank God, despite that penalty, we made it to bronze. Because one of the other idiosyncrasies, let's call it, of this game is that if you complete a level and you fail to achieve a bronze medal or better, you don't get to move on. You don't get the ending cutscene of the level. It just cuts to this screen right here, and then it tells you how many points you need to get in order to actually beat the level. So I guess that's a better way of putting it. Completing every objective and getting to the exit is not how you complete a level. Doing that while scoring enough to get a bronze is how you beat a level. It's pretty fucked up. Okay, so is there a second island level? There is. Okay, island base. Yeah, but that makes sense. That's what I expected. Because I was wondering, because this was called Island Caves, right? Despite there not really being any caves in the level. Because otherwise they could have just called it Island, right? But the base is our target, essentially, so it makes sense. So this is going to be the underwater base, which is kind of what we're looking at in the picture. That looks like the fucking Gungan capital from the Phantom Menace or something. I'm not even really sure what we're looking at, but we're gonna work our way through the facility, and eventually we're gonna find ourselves in some kind of missile, not even a missile silo, just like a space rocket launching area, where we're gonna have some kind of final showdown, I guess, with Kiko, which I mean, I was gonna say which may happen in cutscene form. I'm sure it will, because that's even what happens in the other versions of the game, so I'm not expecting an actual boss fight. But we're stealing or hijacking a rocket to go into space for mission 9, which should be the final level. That sounds about right. I'm so relieved. I didn't think I'm so in shock that we actually beat the level. I thought we still had like 2 or 3 more attempts of... I wasn't even sure I would survive that section, but I thought, okay, we got a pretty good chance at surviving here and seeing what's next. And I was so convinced that there would be more. Like, at the very least, redoing parts of that first section, but whatever. Well, let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. Let's just be thankful and appreciative that the game allowed us to advance. Game's very stressful though, and it's gonna get worse before it gets better, because now we're heading into unknown territory. As such, I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna pause the timer there. 8:24, nice and even. I'm gonna step aside for a couple of minutes, go stretch, maybe go get something to drink, and I shall be back within mere minutes with more Nightfire. See you guys in just a little bit. All right. Grab myself a tiny little snack. Some water. And I am healing myself for what's up ahead. Taking care of my dry lips. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. So let's zoom that timer and check out mission 8. End of the road, Allura. We'll have to rappel into that gully if we're going to push ahead. Looks abandoned, James. All the more reason to investigate. Reception committee. System is active. Laura, we need a comm link. See if you can patch in. Why do I have a feeling we're about to split up again? Shav is drawing air and I've got a why. Inform MI6 of our location. I'll be in touch, Laura. Pray for some reason. Bond may have penetrated our security. Lock down the sector at once and deactivate all access codes but my own. Going to do a full sweep of this facility. Remain at your post and stay alert. Understood, Ms. Hayashi. James, I've hacked into their terminal and got access to their internal systems. Everything's been locked out. Kiko is our only option. You'll need to find her and stay close. I don't really remember this part. No, I do, I guess. Oh, fuck, I'm so confused because the way it's described, what I remember is the console game where you like follow her. It kind of feels like this is more based on that. You follow her around until you get to the whatever security room, and then you kind of trace her steps all the way back. Then eventually you fight Virgil in the hallway with the laser guns and whatever. But obviously we're not doing that because he's already dead. We had the actual Virgil boss fight earlier in the game, like in the PC version. Because the island facility level on the PC version was so different, and I remember it being actually cooler and more interesting, at least visually. But also really hard. Anyway, that'll... Okay. I guess that's supposed to be the duct we came in through. All right, obviously the graphics are a little simplified here, so... Oh, okay. I mean, turns out I approached that as about as well as I could have. Can I get the gun? Yes, thank you. Still took about 40% health that encounter, but hey. I wasn't really... Oh, I hate these guys. Fucking Barry Burtons. Well, at least the last time we encountered them, they were like the tougher enemy. Oh, is this a chain gun? Aims 20. It is. Oh, I hope it's not super annoying to use like in the... Yeah, so this is like the Phoenix Corp like experimental future weapon. There's like a different one in the console game that has like Terminator vision. This one has a scope, but it doesn't have a scope function. That's interesting.
Fire when ready.
Okay, nice. So yeah, in the PC version, this gun is like a chain gun, as you can see. It has like this wind up that makes it pretty slow and cumbersome to try to use. It's very powerful, but because of the wind up, a little awkward. Funnily enough, in this game, where fucking walking and looking around has wind up, the chain gun appears to not have that. So that's actually great, but we can't really use it much if we don't have ammo. And also, I don't know how it performs at range. Oh, see, I'm starting to miss the beach section where it was essentially a very straightforward hallway, just a corridor. I mean, this is a literal corridor, but things are like more open. And enemies just spawn behind us. These are terrible shots for some reason. I feel like I've been extremely lucky in my routing and like just happened to position myself in relatively correct spots to deal with what's being thrown at us.
Fire when ready.
That guy could have probably killed us. Yeah, visually this level seems to take much more from the console game than from the PC game. Interesting. Hasn't usually been the case. Armor over there. Like the path is to the left, so let's run here. I think that's an enemy over there somewhere. Those pixels appear to stand out just a little bit, but I can get a little bit closer. But thanks for the armor. That was I saw before. It doesn't. There. Expect this to open? Nope. I mean, I'll say this. We've definitely gotten further and survived more encounters than I did on my first attempt of the beach level. Off. They shot me through the corner, I guess. Okay. So that's a nice thing. I mean, it's stupid, but it's nice that when you die, you can still turn around. So you get like a second to find out if you were killed from behind, which wasn't the case. But I should try to make sure that I have some ammo for the chain gun there to deal with those guys. Might have the aim right there. Damage because of it. I probably want to take cover here on this side. Oh, look at the damage. The only saving grace there is he kind of runs into position before he starts shooting. So I guess maybe if I, like, up here... I don't know. It's not like I want to wait to start shooting the first guy, so... Still don't have a great grasp on how this performs at a distance. I wonder if I could crawl on over to the corner. Alright, there's armor in there, and there's not... No one's gonna spawn in there.
Fire when ready.
Okay. Oh, that's the same guy. He just ran around. Okay, I thought there was a second one. Okay. That was probably the right spot to be in. Actually, what's our objective? Follow Kiko to the control center. Basically amounts to walk to the exit. Like, fine by me.
Fire when
I instinctively did the same thing as last time, but I didn't remember what was going to happen. Oh, it's a Barry Burton. He's over there. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna need to route this much better. This is not gonna cut it.
Fire when ready.
Okay. No! Oh my god, they're slipping around. Still don't even know how large a clip is. I know that the PC version, it holds a lot of ammo, but it's hard to say. Like in that version, you don't see a number, you just see graphically the whole image to show you how many bullets are in the magazine, but it's a lot. I'm not sure if it's okay. It's 100. Oh, I mean, good, not complaining. See, so there's a guy. Oh, it's probably her. I get it. Her. She very calmly walked away to the left when I shot her, which is probably why I didn't see her again when I got closer, because I can shoot her to make her walk, but she will also just keep walking when I get closer otherwise. Makes sense.
Fire when ready.
Basically dead. Oh. They're spreading out like that too, so obviously standing out in the open in the doorway is the recipe for disaster. I wonder if I maybe might be better off, like if you can position yourself in a way so that they kind of line up, so you can, you know, you don't have to aim really far back and forth to hit something. It's you know, generally to your benefit. But maybe if I can approach them from the other side instead. Or aim on my part, but I fucked up a little bit there because everything is slippery, but I did better than last time anyway. Guys here, I believe. Where's it? No. Gonna show up behind me just yeah.
Fire when ready.
Okay, that guy's gonna loop around. Nice. What I meant to do. Right. 90. Oh. Really? Get how these guys spawn exactly. They spawn behind me, essentially. Where?
Fire when ready.
That's a lot cleaner. I guess we spawned that guy also. I didn't realize. Okay. We did that very safely, but spent a considerable amount of ammo.
Fire when ready.
was gonna say, isn't there a guy behind me? There sure was. Ah! Okay. Okay. Armor here, isn't there? There is. Maybe this is a trap. Go this way.
Fire when ready.
Ooh. Forgot about, or didn't realize rather, about that wave, but actually worked out. So I could have, okay, taking that, but I think I want to go this way. These guys. Good looking silent spawns. This gun is definitely more powerful, but burns through ammo pretty quickly. Okay, that's a PB, I guess.
Fire when ready.
I was gonna say, I thought I saw bullet tracers that went a different direction, but I realized there were two guys behind me. Is there ammo or armor left here? There is, okay. I don't expect to get a great time, but hey, I mean, we got a bad time on the previous level and actually cleared it. At this point, my objective isn't to beat the level. My objective is to learn everything I can about enemy spawns and strategy. And as such, surviving is paramount. More important than anything else. Oh, wow, okay. Actually getting surprising amounts of armor. Wait. Can't really afford to not pick up these guns. Especially this gun. $102? Still not full? Okay.
Fire when ready.
But safe than sorry.
Fire when ready.
Fuck! Oh, I'm trying to strafe. Oh. Okay. 3 guys at like different offsets and heights. Our only hope there is being able to kind of pick. Oh, this is terrifying because pick them off like this before they can kind of see me, but that's probably not gonna work. Great, because oh my god. All right, okay, that worked out better than I feared it might. I just realized we got a grenade launcher on the last level and we never used it. Oh, it's ammo for this. Oh, this is what a grapple or anything up there, is there? What a tease. They're dropping a bunch of ammo up there when I can't get it. $120. What the like, what's the actual capacity of this thing? I'm not complaining, I'm just stunned. Seems like an enemy spawn alcove. A monster closet, if you will. I thought maybe there'd be a bond token or armor or something back there. Oh, nope, never mind. There's the enemy spawn. Oh, that's her. Cutscene. Launch timetable has been moved up, placing the security system into full lockdown. Clear and seal the room. We cannot risk anyone tampering with the control settings. I don't know about that. I'm literally like standing there. Sabotage base security and escape from room. I think this was in this one version of the game, but I can't remember which. My laser watch probably. I haven't used that in a while, so or maybe we just shoot it, but we'll try. Okay. Not a very harmful explosion, thankfully. Find exit to Delta Sector. That was not me jumping for joy. That was me trying to walk while changing weapons, which doesn't work. Yeah, so now the door's open. Yeah, I think this is like what the console version of this level was like. You know what? Fuck it. Part has been surprisingly smooth. Like they're throwing some pretty nasty enemies at us, but still.
Fire when ready.
Armor right in front of us. Being quite fearless here.
Fire when ready.
Oh, that was pretty bad. Oh, that's remains bad. Ouch. Yeah, that was very bad. There could fuck time right now. Like if we were to get to the exit, I would never in a million years expect to finish the level anyway. So, I mean, I wouldn't expect to get to the exit, I guess. Say. Survivability research is still our top priority. See if there's a... Oh, no. We're going exactly. Clearly backtracking, but maybe that other door is open now. It didn't actually look like a door that would open, though. It just looked like a door texture. We might just double back to the beginning of the level. Corner right here. Be quiet. I'm in the wrong place. Oh, you know, I very well might be. Let's see if that door does open. I might not even open. It could just be a level transition if we walk up to it, actually, I guess. There we go. Find exit to Omega Sector. Full health. Holy shit. Armor to spare, even.
Fire when ready.
Okay. Fucked around with the controls and got very flustered there, but that could have gone way worse. Definitely a bit of a dick move to have enemies like spawn on elevated positions where much harder for me to aim.
Fire when ready.
My health. This that didn't spawn behind me. I think there's one more armor plate. Yeah. So awkward the way it switches between action music and lounge music. Music sounds good. Like the audio quality in this game is stunning. Like so many GBA games sound so terrible. The fact that there's like such clear sounding music and gun sounds and voice clips is I feel like at least as impressive as the visuals. Huh. Going? Yeah. Again, seems fairly straightforward and narrow hallways and whatnot. Little platforms can
Fire when ready.
cause problems for sure. We're done. It's still action-y, but I don't know. Oh, there we go. Oh, I just called this section straightforward, but now I realize I'm completely lost. Every hallway looks the same.
Fire when ready.
And where I started, I don't fucking know. Like it. Again. Enemies. That's a Burton. Alright, I didn't get too horribly maimed there. Go this way, I guess. I don't know what I'm looking for. It's so bizarre. Sometimes they'll be standing literally like point blank, shoot for a full second and just not hit you. Then other times they'll just snipe you from a mile away. Oh, vest. Okay, that's a good sign. I was gonna go for that door, but is this where we're going? My loyal associates, our security have been temporarily breached. Therefore, I've advanced our launch schedule. I think the same misspelling was in the other game. All flight crews and combat units are to board their shuttles at once and prepare for liftoff. Operation Nightfire has begun. Oh, now we're dropped down. Okay. Yeah, I figured we'd have to deal with this section. Music's very calm. I'm worried about this because there might be a horrifying instant death scenario here. Prevent Kiko from launching into space. Okay. The shuttle security room. Jump. Right. Yep, okay. I want to be in here. Are you gonna close? Cutting it a little close there, but...
Fire when ready.
I see. Oh, there's a ninja. Okay.
turning is so awkward. Ah, well, we had decent margins there. But I think we just have to do this for like 2 or 3 rockets, and then I think... Well, we'll see. What was that voice? Oh, the elevator. All right, dude, we were fucking 500 points away. But dude, I can't fucking believe it. We actually got to the end of the level. What was that? A second try? Third try? All right, so the weird thing, well, there's several weird things, but one very strange thing about how this game handles like the scoring attempts and the medal thresholds and everything is when we fail to reach a bronze medal, like here, the game will tell us our score and it'll tell us what the threshold is for bronze. But if we achieve a bronze, it won't tell us what the threshold is, and it won't tell us what the threshold for silver is either. You just see it as, oh, you got bronze, and that's all the info you get, which is a bit fucked up. But the fact that we got this close, obviously, it makes me a little upset that we didn't get it. But as I said at the beginning of the stream, my expectations for tonight was that we would beat the beach level and that we would get a decent amount of intel on this level, and I wasn't taking anything more than that for granted. But we've got more than a decent amount of intel on this one. That last section, dude, I'm just realizing, yeah, look at accuracy or health. If I'd, you know, if I'd taken one less hit, if I'd missed a few bullets less, we could have beat the level. But I can't be upset because that was still a much better performance than I expected. And yeah, I was crawling very slowly forward. What's actually annoying me more than anything almost at this point is because we haven't had so many times through this level yet, I can't expect to do as well the next time. Like, I can't... There's a lot of stuff that we just, you know, sort of lucked into, or just I happen to take things correctly, but I won't remember all of that. So achieving similar results one more time is going to come down to a lot of luck. Having said that, being able to do this well this quickly, even if it's down to luck, that would not have been possible on the beach level. So yeah, this just seems like an easier level all around. 84% subdued means that there's quite a few enemies we didn't kill, and that could count, it does count enemies that we didn't spawn. So I mean, we didn't run away from that many enemies, but there could have been areas that we didn't get to, or specific spawn triggers that we skipped. But I mean, the time is promising because I felt like we were going very slow, and even just going a little bit faster, I don't know how it counts, but it's possible that being under 17 minutes would have given us a smaller penalty and we would be okay. Now, of course, we can't assume that we will have the same results next time, i.e., you know, oh, if I get 500 points more on time, we'll make it next time, because I could end up with way worse accuracy or health. Like, we don't know. Well, like I said, pretty promising. What's up, Netscape Navigator? Good work. Now do it again. Yeah, pretty much what it comes down to. That is this game in a nutshell. All right, well, let's give it another go. I'm slightly energized by the prospect of actually finishing this game tonight. I mean, I'm not saying that we're going to, but when we started tonight, I did not consider it a real possibility. At this point, I'm not expecting it, but I am considering it a possibility. Whoa! He was not standing where I was expecting him to. I thought he was going to be, like, over here. Guys first.
Fire when ready. Fire when ready.
How the fuck did he shoot me? Oh, I see. That guy. It didn't really make sense. Oh, buttons mixed up again.
Fire when ready.
That guy. Ooh, that's the guy I was kind of waiting for. Leave armor, but I don't think I... No, I did. I did. Like, just running instead of crouching when I'm kind of walking between spawn points. Where I go... I can spawn these guys first. Right?
Fire when ready.
Ah. That's right. So now I want to go here on the left. That's...
Fire when ready.
I was not expecting another spawn. I was expecting to be able to collect those guns before I deal with more enemies. And this requires a lot of focus. Finding it quite difficult to be very talkative while I'm doing this.
Fire when ready.
Why are these guys so inconsistent in their positioning now? It's very annoying. What's up, Atomic Runner? 9 hours. Yeah, it's beefy. It's the longest I've spent with any of the Nightfire games. Funnily enough, like, it's... the levels, like, in terms of traversing through the levels from beginning to end, it's by far the shortest. But it is also, by a significant margin, the most difficult. Like, we've been forced to play very carefully.
Fire when ready.
Oh, you can see her walking there. Okay, that's actually not a bad angle to take this, but... Oh, we're almost at the end.
Fire when ready. Fire when ready.
I didn't kill him. We're fucked. Like, basically, there's such a sort of delayed reaction to everything due to the frame rate and the controls that you just gotta kind of commit to, like, all right, I'm gonna aim over there, I'm gonna shoot for X amount of time, then I'm gonna start targeting my next enemy. And even if it ran into perfectly fluid 4 million FPS, bullets don't travel instantaneously. So you fire your gun and then you, like, wait for the results to come in. And if you prematurely, like, give up your aim, well, then guys are gonna shoot at you, and you're gonna have a bad time. Or they might just decide that they want to shoot you through a corner, and, well, what you gonna do? But this is more the experience I was expecting. And to be clear, I am... I'm more... I don't want to say careless, but I'm trying to go faster. Which is partially because I want to clear the level with a better time, but also because I want to get a feel for how fast I can be. If something...
Fire when ready.
If something isn't really safer or easier by going slow, then there's no benefit to it. Both in terms of scoring, but also in terms of me spending more time and effort on the game. Like, if I have to make 6 attempts, I'd rather each attempt take 4 minutes than 8 minutes.
Fire when ready.
I'm not sure what the best way of dealing with this is. Maybe I've always taken this route of going to the right, going in there. But what if I go this other way?
Fire when ready.
Yeah, that's probably safer, honestly. A little hard, as always, to tell exactly where the spawn trigger is, but... Okay.
Fire when ready.
Relatively safe way to deal with that. Save some of this ammo. Armor in the room up ahead. Is there a wave of spawns first, though? I can't recall. I don't think there is.
Fire when ready.
I'll do, of course, as soon as I... At that point. Okay, now for the guard. No. Finally made it this far. Oh, that's where we got killed. I just remembered, like, oh yeah, because I was thinking again, like, oh man, I shouldn't reload. I should pick up these guns before I reload. And it's like, wait, wasn't it when I was running for that guy's gun that I got killed last time? And well, indeed it was. not where the dudes are at different heights.
Fire when ready.
Yeah, we got through all of this like first try. So this is the part I'm most kind of skittish on. Okay, these actually more connected.
Fire when ready.
Oh. Nice, I think I hit him. Beautiful. That's ammo. Like, oh, armor. It's like, no, wait. Guy's gonna spawn here, right? Yep. Cutscene. Nice. Okay. So I'm pretty sure we were a little faster there. And, the next... Oh, yeah, there's a little... Okay, I was... I was doing worse on health than I thought. Them. Oh my god, it's so finicky. Alright, you get 4 armor there. That's pretty good. Hello there, I am Franken. Is this game fairly long or fairly hard? Yes. I mean, I don't think it's... it has like the levels of the other games, but they're shorter and very simplified. But I don't know that I would say that it's like super duper short necessarily. I mean, maybe. I guess you could speedrun it technically, but it's very difficult. Especially here towards the latter parts of it. 5! I'm dead. I don't have any of this part a level down. Kind of scary. Not many enemies before we get to the next section, but... more than enough to get us killed.
Fire when ready.
Case in point. Yeah, sometimes you just die very quickly. Yeah, like I said, you know, we got through that part all in one go, but it was pretty down to luck.
Fire when ready.
I understand why this guy's positioning is so weirdly inconsistent now. Ah! The aim. Okay. Luckily his aim was shit too. So annoying, like you never ever pick up a gun with a full magazine, so you always, like the first time you switch to a weapon, you always want to reload the first thing you do, assuming you've picked up any more ammo.
Fire when ready.
Oh no, I guess not. So I guess we do want to take this path around. Remember.
Fire when ready.
Again, apologies if I'm not very talkative. is pretty tense. I wouldn't say necessarily that you gotta like learn to speedrun it, because it's, I mean, yes, time is a factor, but you gotta learn like just where to pick off and snipe like every enemy, basically. What you want to do is you want to
Fire when ready.
off a little here before Barry Burton over there spawns in. Just gets into position. Taking care of him appropriately. But yeah, you gotta learn the levels, or else you're done for, basically.
Fire when ready.
And by learning the level, I mean memorize every single enemy spawn. What that means. So there's one more set of enemies there. But where do they spawn? How do I get to them? Yeah, do I back myself into the corner? Is that maybe the safest way to at least let me get some visibility?
Fire when ready.
Nope. I misjudged where the trigger was. Like that? I thought I had to get closer to the corner, but basically where I'm standing right now, trigger. And this guy probably came around through that. Like, the way it works is you hit a trigger, enemies spawn, and they have a very strictly sort of scripted route and sort of, you know, a little sequence that they perform. And they will kind of ignore you. Like, they will run to where they're supposed to run, and then they will start shooting from there. So if you can kind of intercept them, doesn't mean you get to like shoot them entirely for free, but you may end up in a much more advantageous position. Should have gone for this guy first. Okay, but this is probably still the smarter way of dealing with these guys. That's her. Yep. Pretty funny. Alright, let's deal with these guys.
Fire when ready.
Oh, fuck. Not ready for that. Trying to go left, but there's like a pillar. I was not expecting or planning to have them like fully exposed like that, but got okay. We're doing very poorly on health here, even if we do get a bit of armor soon. Not enough. Wasn't enough last time. Oh. Alright, yeah, there was a few spots there where we kind of messed up. But given how slowly we, like, when we reached, so in case you didn't catch it, we got to the end of this level. We've completed the level, but I didn't get a good enough score. I was shy 500 points of getting the bronze medal. But I wasn't expecting to get that far, so I'm not really upset about it. But that means that on that attempt, because we were still like exploring like 75% of the level for the first time, we were going very slowly and backtracking for armor and doing all kinds of stuff. And we didn't have like tremendously great stats beyond that either, I feel like. So in other words, we could kind of afford I was gonna say afford to be a bit sloppy. We really cannot afford to be sloppy in that sense of just getting shot and taking a bunch of damage. But our stats don't, I think, have to be like immaculate. Oh, the aim actually worked out there. Okay, so I think those might have been the guys that got us last time. Even if they didn't kill us, they definitely messed us up. So now I'm feeling much better, frankly. Because there's only like a handful of enemies left here. Funny to hear this gun's rate of fire when there's like the game runs fast. The frame rate obviously is like super inconsistent. Means that the speed is also pretty inconsistent, which is not ideal. You know, kind of is what it is. Doors up ahead. Alright, one of those miracle guys who just spawns point blank and just misses. Love those guys. Okay, so... just about to say, alright, so there could be more guys spawning here that we might want to shoot, but I could just maybe want to run past them. That would have been a bad idea, but now I kind of got the worst of both worlds there, where I didn't kill them quickly, and I didn't run past them either. Alright, so here we're gonna go through a series of rooms that all look like identical. So, of course, those guys, the red guys spawn like silently and sometimes seem to take a little longer to get into position. Makes them a little less predictable.
Look, you!
But yeah, I wasn't expecting to survive very far into that section given the health situation. But what I was going to say before is that there are a series of rooms and hallways that all look identical, so I'm always like confused. Don't know where to go, but I don't know, crept forward and made it to the end last time. It worked out, so if I have health enough to survive it, it should be all right. Sub Noodle, thanks for the follow. Let's give it one more go. So I'm kind of back at, I mean, I'm not surprised that getting to the end of the level gave me a kind of, whoa, gave me a sort of inflated sense of hope. That's to be expected. Okay, yeah, that's smarter. Strafing there is easier than aiming. I was feeling like, you know, maybe we could beat this game tonight. And now I'm back to like, you know what? If we just learn more confidently how to get through this level correctly, I'll be happy with that. Trying to make those like fine adjustments is so difficult. I cannot believe I did not get hit there. That one was just like stingy enough to be a little bit of an issue. Interesting. just a little shy. He was just waiting there. Gonna go back for the armor just yet. There's more armor here anyway. Can I pick up this thing, please? Yeah.
Fire when ready.
Fuck off! Oh, starting to strafe and it's making me change weapons. Alright, we'll be okay. Obviously, this is a bit of a time sink, but again, still consider us kind of in the research phase here. Got a lot of ammo for the... Holy shit! Alright, that guy was just fucking on point there. Kinda weird. What if I... Yeah, so I like dodged the spawn trigger. But I don't know where it is. There we go. Okay. I mean, given how shitty things were going, I think that's okay. Armor. Like I'm having a little bit of trouble memorizing these spawns, though. Not great. It's like just forgiving enough that we can squeak by not learning it properly, but it's not feel great. Okay, this is not the usual route I take. I remember that.
Fire when ready.
Is there a guy next to me? I don't think so, but sort of. That guy might have shot me through the corner. Alright, so there will be guys spawning over here. Let's see if we can get those out of the picture first.
Fire when ready.
Yeah. Oh my god, the frame rate makes it like impossible to aim. I'm not hitting anything. It sucked. Really bad. Having her there probably didn't help performance either. I'm like clearly gonna drop on that guy at least. This guy not so much. Back to fucking health. Well, 1 health technically, but I feel like the last several attempts we've gotten here with this amount of health. But I'm pretty sure we had more the first time. In fact, I remember us being able to go back. We had full health because we kept going back here. To collect that armor. Find the exit to Delta Sector. More patience than you would. Well, my patience is, I don't know, gonna say an illusion. I wouldn't have this kind of patience if I was playing for my own sake. Obviously, the context of doing this for the stream. Oh my god, that was all that health just gone instantly. Like, that's the most infuriating part. Like, sure, I didn't handle that perfectly, but I just lost 4 bits of health instantly from 2 of these guys. And now 2 of the red guys and 1 of those guys, like, it's just so inconsistent. It's so down to luck how much they will hit you.
Fire when ready.
Guys, just like spawning guys behind you and in front of you at the same time when you have like very limited turn speed, it's just, that's just this game's idea of like how to present a challenge.
Fire when ready.
Just like, you know, give you a bunch of shit to deal with that you aren't well equipped to deal with. That guys spawn literally on top of you. Okay, I kind of know where these guys are going to show up. There's one guy in the corner to the left here.
Fire when ready.
One guy over here. I think we're kind of in the same position again. There's going to be like two armors here, I think. Oh, no, there's more than that. 4. See if we can...
Fire when ready.
Guy acted as a little bit of a shield. That was actually beautiful. That was quite nice. Try this route now. Everything looks the same, so it's hard to say route is which.
Fire when ready.
There's a vest at some point, but I think it's literally at the very end. It looked like a little bond bonus corner, alas. I don't remember if there... I want to say that there's armor plates somewhere in this region too, but... Well. Well.
Fire when ready.
Oh, fuck off. I figured that would be a trap, but the thing is, like, trying to be careful and, like, not going for the armor would basically just mean that I wouldn't have gotten the armor. So that wouldn't necessarily have been better. Swap to this now, at least. I've been here before. I don't know how I would be able to tell. Maybe.
Fire when ready.
Or not. Okay, sure.
Fire when ready.
Probably wouldn't be more enemies than that in a single room. Yet to reach the max capacity for this gun, by the way. I think this is the biggest amount of bullets we've had in it. Good. I'm nervous that we're gonna get lost and not find our way to wherever we're supposed to go. I had a feeling. Based on my previous experience, I feel like this is about, like... Yes, okay. Fuck it, let's go. I may have made a mistake not going for more ammo there, because I think there was an ammo drop that I didn't pick up. "20 seconds. Let's go inside here. Kill. I didn't actually hear that first 20-second announcement the first time. So a rocket's gonna blast off, this door's gonna close, enemies are gonna pour in, and then that's gonna repeat like 3 times. Working out a little different. This is kind of bad because yeah, we have to kill all the enemies for that to happen again. I think this is the last wave.
Take him down.
I didn't like instantly kill the ninja, did I? Nope. Alright, that's her leaving in the elevator. I think we just completed the level. We got it. Damn you, Bond. Then grappling onto the elevator. Lift off in 60 seconds. Yeah, so she like pressed a switch to drop the catwalk. Now she's noticing that we're behind her and have access to that same switch, and whoop, there she goes. She gets killed off in the cutscene. Yeah, she barely didn't make it to the little safety room, I guess. Yeah, you can barely piece together what's going on. James, I'm losing your signal. Are you alright? Suppose I'm rising to the occasion. Just like, what does that mean? Ah, we got the fucking bronze. Yeah, 1355. That was a... yeah. Good improvement to the time. We had worse health, but I think the accuracy was very close, actually, to last time. But instead of getting 7,000 minus for the time, we actually got 14,000 plus. I think we had a higher subdued number, actually. Yeah, I think we were like 84 or something. Because the subdue score itself here was more than enough, because, or actually it's exactly enough. I think we needed 190,000. So even if we had had a, yeah, we could have had a time penalty of 20,000 and we still would have cleared bronze. So we actually cleared bronze with significant margin. Although I don't know, what was my final score? Can I even see? I should be able to see on the mission menu. Yeah, 226,000. It'll be interesting to see how the space level plays out. Yeah, space station. So just based on that title and everything else, I guess, I'm expecting it to be more like the, well, not like the PC version's final level necessarily, but more based on it, because the final mission in the PC game and the console game are two like totally different levels. In the PC game, or in the console game, It's one singular boss fight, basically. It's kind of a set piece. You're floating in space. You're outside of the satellite station thing. And Drake's sitting in the control room, monologuing to you as he's taunting you while he's firing off missiles. And as each of them get ready to launch, you have to shoot its like targeting computer or whatever it is with your laser gun to to mess with its targeting. And then after he's fired off all of the 10 or 12 rockets or however many they are, there's like this unstable, overheating, self-destruct kind of situation ensuing. And then everything explodes and he is fine for some reason, Drake. So he comes out into space, and then you have a final like shootout, little slugfest with Drake. It's pretty good. In the PC version, you have a level that is set inside the space station, and you have to kind of do a similar thing where you have to disable the missiles, but you're in this one room. It's using the same kind of clunky, awkward, low gravity thing where it's like, it's kind of weird, but you have this jump pack that's, you can recharge. A little awkward. And I want to say in this game, when we fought Virgil in the like space training facility, we had the low gravity jumps, and that's kind of the same as the PC game, where the Virgil boss fight is kind of a little warm up, a little training for the Drake boss fight at the end. And they were both the same in that they were boring as shit. You have your infinite space laser and you just fire at him 8,000 times, and that was kind of it. But in the level before the boss fight, because there is an actual level before the boss fight, it's very brief, but there is a little level where you have to, there's like this one chamber where you have to jump around to access each of the 4, I think there are, missiles, and you have to like laser watch and do, it's like a little sequence of hacking and doing things for each of them. And once you've done all 4, you've like disabled them, you leap through some doorway, and then you get to the boss fight, and after you kill him, there's like a 2-minute timer or something to walk down a hallway to get to the escape pod. And that's pretty much it. It's still a decent level, but the fight itself is so boring that it's kind of whatever. And I'm expecting this to be similar in that they're probably going to basically reuse the Virgil boss fight for the Drake thing, where he's just going to jumping around in low gravity, very occasionally shooting at you, but for the most part you can just kind of stun lock him, so he won't really shoot you, and you just shoot at him for a long time. But we, in the PC version, we got through the level very quickly. I was gonna say we cleared it first try. The PC version doesn't really, like, it's got quick saves and everything, so you don't redo a level when you fail it exactly, but there wasn't a lot of saving and loading. In fact, towards the end of the level, I was terrified to save because I didn't want to fuck up by saving while I was in the middle of a countdown and in like an inescapable situation. But then we just ended up completing it first try. So we'll see if there's that kind of mechanic or, you know, situation going on in this level or whatever. But yeah, I was not expecting that we'll get this far tonight, and we have about an hour left here. So if this level, like the previous games, is like relatively simple compared to some of the other levels, I think chances are pretty good. Because, yeah, we've taken about an hour each on the previous 2 levels to complete them. Although the first level we did tonight, that was about an hour, slightly less, I think, after 1 or 2 hours yesterday, or last stream. But I have hope. What's up, Doom Noob? At the most infuriating Bond game so far for a couple of hours? Nah, I wouldn't say that. I think, the Commodore 64 view to a kill was probably more infuriating than this. But it's all, I don't know, in different ways, because that game was just so blatantly inept top to bottom. This game has like enough promise and potential that whenever things are inept, they're a little more upsetting. So like, I guess that's a factor too. And like, this game functions well enough to be frustrating to deal with, whereas that game was just like, didn't even function. Anyway, let's see what the space station mission is all about. James, I'm still patched into Drake's comm system. I've intercepted enough radio chatter to learn that Drake's combat troops have overtaken the defense platform. Some of the original crew might still be alive, but I can't confirm that. Rather enjoyed your company. James, you be careful. Call out. On a fool's errand, Mr. Bond. I've just locked the launch sequence. Nothing can stop Operation Nightfire. Not even my own death. That's a theory I mean to test. Already failed miserably. But tinker with my missiles if you must. James, the missiles! You won't be able to disarm the warheads in time. Your only hope, our only hope, is to sabotage the launch in some way. We'll have to disarm them manually. Each launch canter has a weak coupling that you can melt with your laser. So this is like the console game. Those images. I'll credit you with persistence, Mr. Bond. Persistence and failure. There are NATO launch sites on Earth which could challenge the arsenal on my island. Bases will be incinerated by turning these defensive missiles into massively offensive ones. I've kept my most hard-earned combat veterans on reserve, Bond. I'll let them finish you off. Oh, cool. Wow. Oh, yeah, that's right. Space controls. Fuck. Oh, that's him. Okay. So this is like the console boss fight. That's not what I expected at all. Oop. Alright, we failed. Alright. Yeah, mission failed. I didn't really know what I was looking for, but I'm getting the hang of it. So in space/underwater controls, there's no strafing. Instead, because normally you use the L and R buttons to strafe left and right, but when you're in space or water, the R button is the thrust that makes you go forward, and you can just look up and down and turn left and right. So looking up and down is easier, but without being able to strafe, things feel pretty different. But yeah, this means that this is probably going to be a very short level. But being able to see where missiles are launching is going to be a little tricky. But so our enemy's going to spawn now? Nope. Oh, it's the same missile, right? Makes sense. I think your laser has long range. Oh my god. So rationing your lasers is going to be real tricky, because it actually uses a lot of laser to blow that up. And combat's awkward when you can't strafe. I also haven't quite, like, in the console game, you see very clearly where the guys are, like, spawning from. I'm assuming... Okay. I'm assuming I can't just destroy these ahead of time. I don't want to stay still. Alright, it's a little tricky. Alright, it takes like 40 or so. The one we disabled? Yeah. Oh, hello. Okay, I wasn't sure if I was in time there. can't move backwards either. The only direction I can move is forward. Okay. Oh, he's not there. I'm gonna have to fight him. Oh, there he is. Dramatic boss music or anything would be cool, but lost sight of him. Oh. I was hoping a full charge there would be enough, but I guess that's the strat too. Gonna die. Trying to get a sense for where he is not easy. Ah, oh, fuck. Because if I'd been able to start shooting at him there, I might be halfway okay. Yeah, the controls are completely different in the console game. But you obviously have a lot more buttons and 2 analog sticks, so it's pretty different. I just wish that I could, yeah, it's thrust underwater. So I wish I could at least use the L button to go backwards or something. Because I can't use the B button and up and down to go like straight up and down. And there's no strafing. I wish, because there's no aiming either. Well, I mean, you're always aiming. So L plus R doesn't do anything. So, man, I wish it would have been like L and R to strafe, or L or R to strafe, and then both to go forward. That would have been so much better. Barely get him now. I mean, I appreciate the vote of confidence, but we'll see. But at least I have a better sense of how this works because, I mean, I got a little bit lucky. Okay, it's like 30 or 35. Because that timer will also kind of indicate, once that fires off, the next one's going to spawn like pretty quickly. And obviously the order isn't random, so I could memorize it, but there's only 6, I guess, also. You also don't need to be very close at all. Oh, maybe that... damage changes with range, actually. These guys didn't hit me as much this time. Okay, I did all the missiles, right? Okay, that's looking better. Let's get the battery recharged. Yep, it just drops out. So that's not him, though. Dude, the damage. Yeah, he got some pretty good shots in there. Okay, I reached the wall there, I guess. It doesn't seem like staggering your shots is going to be a viable strat, really. I mean, I can try mashing. No, it doesn't really... Because you need to kind of wait a moment for it to start recharging. Oh my god, the damage! Appear? Oh, kind of. Enough. He's got so much fucking health. I got to him with almost full health. But I'm not really... In the console game, you just like weave back and forth and he won't hit you and it's easy. But you know, not only can I not do that here, the way he shoots is so different. Like the beams are basically instant, or about as instant as anything is in this game. At which one? Yeah. So there's not really any dodging. You just kind of want to give him a harder time to aim and lock onto you. But I think I got the right idea of like not worrying so much about verticality, like stay low so that I can see where I am, because you can't go further away than I am right now. Like basically this little like platform, kind of the range you're allowed to move around on. If you press the fire button while you're at 0, by the way, it'll prevent it from charging, but you won't shoot. So you're kind of fucked there. Yeah.
We're failed.
Yeah, I misjudged the spawn rate and timing of the enemies, so I didn't take them out. Let me try something. Ah, I was curious. I wanted to see if distance seemed to have an impact on damage, and it didn't, which means do that from all the way over here. That gives me like I don't need to spend as much time traveling. Well, I'm getting shot. Too late. Probably. I don't have enough health now anyway. Or battery. Unless I come up with some miracle strat. Because he shoots a lot and fast. And like staying in motion makes me harder to hit, but it doesn't make me, I think, like, what do I know? But you can't like really avoid getting hit, as far as I can tell. Just do your best at trying to improve the odds. I just wish you had any way of moving other than... Oh, okay. I thought for a second I could move up and down, but I was just looking. Start. Fortunately, I can never fucking memorize the order after this point. It also doesn't really help that your HUD is so blocked off. I realized I had this one left. Someone is shooting at me, by the way. I don't know where they are. Hear the noise. I wonder if I have a range advantage. Like, my gun is infinite range, basically. So maybe I should just try to stay far away. But again, I don't fucking know where he is anyway, so... Seems like maybe he's kind of circling. Not here, so let's go towards any direction where he isn't. Dude, he fucking melted half my life bar. I'm gonna die now before I can move, probably. Yep. I can't take cover under the solar panels because I cannot go past the boundaries of them. I can be on top of the panels. That's like, I can't go. I'm holding forward. That's a wall. I can't go further than that. But it's a cool level. Like, I'm impressed that they went this direction with it. Even if it's a little bit nonsense. It's a short enough level that, you know, we'll manage to get lucky enough to get to the boss with good enough health to be able to do it one of these times. I thought that was for the previous missile. There was another one there. I just need to get... The thing is, what I'm doing a poor job of is actually routing where I need to be. I know the beginning. Like, nothing happens before this thing launches. So that's easy enough. I think it's 35 that they require. But here on, like, from here on out, it gets dicey pretty quickly. Just stay over here so I can get a clearer view of... Yeah, I think I failed to acknowledge that those two actually activate at the same time. I realized that the last two did, but I didn't realize that the second set, or second to last set, also do. I swear I had like almost full health the first time I got to the boss.
It's futile, Mr. Bond.
Over to like to this corner. Fuck, he went. Go down below or something. Oh. Like, I've hit him with at least, I want to say, 3 full charges before. That wasn't enough. So I reckon he has... Like, I have to hit him at least with 300. But it does seem like he's got, like, a pattern where he is... Like, he puts himself in a position to be more or less exposed, so to speak. Like, he dives down beneath. This would be so much easier if I could just strafe, because it would let me, you know, circle him and see. It'd allow me to move kind of perpendicular to him while keeping an eye on where he goes. Fortunately, not gonna happen. So I don't have to get close, but I like to just move while I'm shooting there. To hopefully make these guys slightly harder time hitting me. I need to charge that up to like 70. So bad. I'm like no time to let charge up for him. I left. So he goes down there for a little bit at least. Gonna come up on this side, I think. He's gonna eventually kind of go behind the little command center part, I think. Yep. Yep. Good. Let me recharge a little bit. All right, I think he's just kind of on that sort of loop. Oh, that's bad. Oh, shit, I got him. Holy crap. I was not expecting that. Oh, what a relief. Woo. Shaken, not stirred. Or is it stirred, not shaken? Definitely stirred. Astronomers from around the globe are reporting unexpected meteor showers. Well done, 007.
Yes, I'm very impressed.
I'm sure the world won't mind me taking a few days off. Yeah, so that... we'll let the autopilot be our designated driver. That's his underwater car driving into the ocean, by the way. A little hard to tell, but... Oh, James. Haitians. That saved. I guess we got a bronze. Yes, and me and Quan Chi both can think of nothing better. Cheers. %, subdued, 59% accuracy. Yeah, we got 4,000 points for being 7 seconds under par. Fucking take it though. I mean, yeah, I got the, like, my feeling on that last attempt was that I understood, like, all right, he's just following this kind of sine wave pattern, and when he's out of sight, I'm not in danger, so I don't need to be flying around. I just need to keep track of him while waiting for my battery to recharge, and try to, like, when he's up and visible, shoot at him as much as possible, not only because that's when I get an opportunity to land hits, but also when he's getting shot, he's not shooting me. But I felt that I wasn't, because I went into the fight with like 0 battery, I felt that when I had the opportunity to shoot him, I wasn't able to shoot him nearly as much as on the previous attempts. So I was about to comment on the fact that, all right, I'm about to die, but at least we survived for longer because I understood when he could shoot at me, like when I was in danger and when not, and I was making sure that when I'm not in danger, I'm focusing on keeping track of where he is instead of just getting lost. And that worked out, and in fact, it worked so well that we actually beat him. But that probably does mean that we were incredibly close a few other times, because I really didn't feel like, yes, I was engaging with him for a longer amount of time, but I was running out of juice. Like, I was unable to shoot for a lot of that time. It felt like, anyway. So, I once again, the heavens above have granted us some kind of miracle to let us get through. I'm afraid, Atomic Runner, that you did miss our moment of triumph. It was tense. Like, with a few slight changes, this could have been like really awesome. But as it is, it's like pretty nice. Like the setup, that I'm so glad, and I'm surprised, but I'm so glad that they attempted to recreate the final showdown from the console game, because that was one of the highlights of that game. It was awesome. And given what they had to work with, I think they did an admirable job of getting it, you know, faithful here. My only, you know, the big issue I have is that the movement is a little too limited. I wish, I mean, logically, I can see the logic of, you know, you can thrust forward, you have a thruster, and that's it. Like, I understand, but as far as, like, making the game fun to play, if I'd been able to, at the very least, go backwards, having a little more mobility would have helped. But it was still a cool level, ultimately. Managing the battery, I felt a little different than the console game, for good or for bad, but it worked out pretty well. It was, once we beat it, I'm like, you know what, that was a pretty cool level, and I'm glad it didn't take us 2 hours to figure out. Oh. We did it. We got credits. This was the longest and toughest of all the Nightfires, without a doubt. I guess we might get a glimpse of fake non-Pierce Brosnan James Bond here in the credits as well. As we saw him in some of the early cutscenes for some reason. Oh, I feel so good though. We did it. I didn't expect to beat it tonight. I can't believe we actually beat 3 levels. It worked out beautifully, right? It was it was not a smooth progression, but over the course of 3 streams, we did 3 levels on each stream. And yeah, very tough challenge, but satisfying on some level. I wouldn't say that it makes up for it. I wouldn't say that, like, well, now that I beat it, I'm so filled with joy and satisfaction from completing the challenge that I now retroactively enjoy it. This game has a lot of very real issues. Yeah, there's fake Bond right there. Here's Brosnan's stunt double, I guess. Oh, there's Q. Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna say we didn't really, like, Q didn't have a presence here, but he did actually show up in that one cutscene, telling us about our tranquilizer darts, which of course we will document properly as we go through the spreadsheet and chart the bond quotient data for this game. We'll get to that as soon as I calm down a little bit and we finish watching the credits. Nice work. Thank you very much, LCC. Appreciate that. And thank you very much, of course, to everyone else for all the GGs and you did it's and kind words. Oh. Man. I said before, you know, I love having the opportunities of playing a game in different ports or different versions, like especially when it's, well, specifically when it's not actually a port, but, you know, the same game concept being executed by different developers, whether it's for different platforms or whatever it is, like just getting to see different takes on the same kind of concept and idea and design. But it's unfortunate that these 3 games, well, is it though? I was gonna say it's unfortunate that they ended up being an escalating order of nuisance, but imagine if we played this one first, which actually, spoiler alert, is kind of how things are gonna play out in the not too distant future, because the portable version of, I believe it's Everything or Nothing, came out first. Anyway, it's time. 10 hours, 16 minutes, 52 seconds. Satisfying. I was not expecting going in that this would be one of the longest games we'd finished. I'm just very happy that for all the challenges and frustration, we didn't get too stuck. Like, we were always able to eke our way forward and constantly make slow progress. That feeling of despair when you're incapable of making any forward movement, like that's what I hate the most. That's what gets me discouraged and like makes me lose patience. But if we can, as long as we feel that there's any kind of forward momentum, I can stick with it. So yeah, I believe it's Everything or Nothing. There's one of the, I mean, we can take a look at the list and we'll see where the portable game was released before the console version, so we'll be playing that one first. Quantum of Solace is going to be the ultimate like multi-platform exploration, because that one has a PS2 Xbox version, there is a 360 version, there is a Nintendo DS version, and there's a Java phone version. So there's 4 separate games, some of which are going to resemble each other more, I'm sure. But it's also the fact that because it's based on a movie, technically it's based on 2 movies, because it covers Casino Royale as well. At least the 360 game does. Because it's based on a film, I think we're going to see more of that world is not enough kind of scenario, where you have equivalent games that are just different enough, as opposed to something like this, where it's just like a game design where you have the exact same thing. But it, you know, could be a little bit of both or some mixture thereof. But what I was going to say is, like, you know, if we played this one first and then the PC game and then the Xbox game, I think I would have appreciated the Xbox game even more. But at the same time, I would have hated this probably. It's easier to kind of put up with things because at the very least you constantly have that interesting perspective of comparing it to the other versions. I mean, hell, I wouldn't have been able to tell what the fuck was going on in any of the cutscenes if we hadn't seen those in the other games. So I guess that's, you know, we'll see how that works out with Everything or Nothing. But let's worry about that another day. And speaking of another day, let's shut this down. As nice as this music is, it's gonna bore its way into my skull. So let's get some other jams going. Let's get some Langrisser jams here. Why don't we take a quick look at what's next? Having completed mission number 27, next in line, wouldn't you know it, it's mission number 28007 Ice Racer, or Ice Race 007 if you believe this promotional image. I believe this game has gone under multiple titles. It is our first Java phone game. In fact, this game was available on 2 different mobile platforms. It's been so long since I did all the setup for this, I don't remember offhand if I have access to both versions. I think I might. And if memory serves, they are 2 different games. Sort of, but I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. They might be different enough, but it's kind of like... when I say different games, they're not different in... Well, they might be, I don't know, different enough, but they're not so different in scope, I'm sure, to justify separating them into different entries like the Nightfire games. I reckon it's closer to Live and Let Die or License to Kill, or those old computer games where, yeah, we might look at a few different ports. So if we can play both the XN version and the J2ME version, we will, but I'm sure I have at least one of them ready. Like I said, it's been such a long time since I prepped it, I don't remember off the top of my head. Either way, it is based on, I guess, a 5-minute sequence from Die Another Day. That means, of course, that we will be watching that. I wasn't sure where we would end up scheduling wise with this, so I can say that I will probably want a little bit of a respite, because I was expecting to have Nightfire drag on through Wednesday stream, and then I was like, well, then I probably want to do something else Saturday, and then maybe we'll do this next Monday, something like that. But we'll see. I'm gonna want to do a palate cleanser for Wednesday, and maybe we'll hop back to this on Saturday. I'm not sure, but regardless, I want to make sure that we can watch Die Another Day together first. We'll watch that on Discord, of course. Which, by the way, first, for those of you who may not aware, I got a link right there to my Discord server where we do movie nights occasionally. We chat about stuff, where I post updates on upcoming stream happenings, etc. Feel free to join. And we do occasionally watch video game based movies and other movie nights. But of course, whenever we play a Bond game, or are about to play a Bond game that is directly based on a film, we make sure that we have the source material fresh in memory to the best of our ability. So I want to make sure that we can watch the film, but also, ideally, we watch the film and then we play the game on stream the following day. So I don't have time to forget everything that happened in the movie. And I don't know exactly what that entails. It could mean that we try to watch Die Another Day on Friday to be ready for Saturday stream. It could mean that we try to watch it on Sunday to have it ready for Monday stream. I'm gonna have to make a decision on that, and I will make announcements accordingly on Discord. So do keep your eye on there. And what you can do when you join, there's a little what is it called? The welcome channel, where you can react to a message to assign yourself roles so you can get notifications. And there's a movie night role where you'll get a notification whenever I make announcements regarding movie nights. Pretty straightforward. I don't know what playing this game is going to be like at all, to be honest, but I reckon that it's probably not going to be a full stream's worth of gaming. And coincidentally, the next game is another mobile game. So we might be doing a James Bond mobile game double header of sorts. And it's another vehicle-based game. And we'll see how that works out. After that, we're reaching number 30, which is indeed the second and final Game Boy Advance outing for Mr. Bond. Everything or nothing. 007 returns to the GBA in an isometric action game featuring more than 20 missions across a number of exotic locations, including Peru, Russia, and a space station. Wow, just couldn't stay away from space, huh? I mean, I don't mind. That the space level was fucking sick in Nightfire. There's multiplayer action as well as connectivity with the GameCube version to unlock bonus content. I wonder if I can get a hold of a save file or something to get the GameCube stuff. I'd have to look up what you actually can unlock. Probably pointless stuff, but I'm curious to look into it. And I reckon once we're done with game 30, that's going to be a good time to check in on the next tier list update. We are, of course, charting the bond quotient for each game, but we do have a tier list going as well. That's all going to feed into the final ranking of games bond whenever we reach the very end of this project. But there's a little preview on what's coming up. And of course, if you want to take a look at the full list, or for that matter, follow along in the spreadsheet entering process that we're going to be doing right now, there's a link to the official spreadsheet right there. Now, let me prepare. Do that. And take a look. Let's interact with this here. Let me zoom in a little bit, make it a little easier to read, perhaps. A little bit anyway. 007 Nightfire for the Game Boy Advance is no longer active. It has been completed in 10 hours, 16 minutes, 52 seconds, which puts it just ahead of The World's Not Enough for N64. No, sorry, the Game Boy Color version, rather. It is just behind The World's Not Enough for the N64 at an hour or 10 hours 50. The longest game so far was GoldenEye at 19 hours 29. Number 2 is The Stealth Affair, the point-and-click adventure, at 15 hours 43. But I believe yeah, the game we just finished is the 4th longest game so far. Yeah, you wouldn't really think it. Also, I noticed looking at this that I need to do a little catch up here with the YouTube links, YouTube exporting. I don't think I've made the VODs yet either, actually, like the highlights. The broadcasts are still available, but I haven't made VODs for them, highlights. I should do that. Completed the game on normal difficulty. Ah! Alright. So that deals with the filling in of the data here. And of course, that means also that we can unbold this. We can mark it as green for mission complete. And we can now highlight 007 Ice Racer as up next. Making steady progress. That means we have one last thing to do before we wrap up stream tonight. And it's an important thing. And that is to update the bond quotient data here. This is how we calculate scientifically, not the best, but the most James Bond of all the James Bond video games. We do that by charting the presence of elements that are recurring and typical of James Bond adventures. This is a developing field in science, mind you, so everything is not fully nailed down just yet. In fact, the criteria that we use to judge bond quotient is still in flux. It may and likely will change a little bit as we discover or figure out things that are worth tracking. But basically, we have a list of, I believe it's currently 30 criteria, where if the game features this thing, it gets 1 point. if there's some kind of edge case where it's like sort of, I can zoom in a little further here. Yeah. If it's like sort of there, but not quite, if it's there maybe in spirit, but not in letter, that kind of thing, we can give a 0.5. The 0.5s are usually, you know, each 0.5 is kind of different from the other. We kind of do it by feel. Some blocks here have been left empty, and that's simply because at the time of filling in, I wasn't sure if we really... I wasn't sure if it was a yes or no, and it's like, well, I'm gonna have to review the tapes to make sure that I don't erroneously fill in something based on an incorrect memory. There's also situations where we have added criteria later on in the process, then I'd have to go back to the older games to make sure that we have the correct data entered there. But at the very end, if nothing else, I'll make sure to go through all of this with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that all the data here is represented correctly. Bondalytics. I'm not sure if it quite rolls off the tongue, but I appreciate the spirit. The way this works for now is that we are not actually calculating the final bond quotient value here. We are merely entering the data, and the final proper weighted sort of balance of all these criteria will give us a final number. So like I said, the way it works is you can get up to 1 point, a full point or a half point for each category, which will give you a score from 0 to 30. However, not each of these things are as crucial as the next. And what I will be doing, and have been doing a tiny amount of, is we're going to go through every Bond movie. And we have been watching some of them as we're prepared for playing the games. But I think before all is said and done, we'll probably do a proper marathon of every single one. I know that I will have to go through all of them anyway, because I need to check this same list of criteria. I need to check the movies for them, because the way this is going to work is that an element like, say, gunplay, if this is featured in every Bond movie, then we can decide, you know, that, well, then it's a crucial component. If this is in every Bond movie, a video game should have gunplay to be like a fully authentic Bond experience. However, we might have something like car gadgets, which, you know, we think of Bond has fancy cars with cool gadgets and shit. But I'm pretty sure, I mean, I can tell for a fact that that's not in every movie. GoldenEye, for example, they... the license deal came in so hot that they had like one demo unit of the car that shows up in one shot or whatever, but they didn't get to actually drive it or let alone do anything with it. And I'm sure there's other movies too that don't really have car gadgets. And I'm sure there's other, you know, criteria here that are far more uncommon. And as such, we want to make sure that games are rewarded for including those things that are the most common, but not get as much credit for including something that's not as common. That's the idea anyway. So we'll see how that checks out. Like I said, the science is ongoing. Wristwatch gadgets section needed. I think we can reasonably include that under gadgets in general, because the idea, I think, is just Bond having cool spy trinkets that he can do, you know, unlikely things with. It doesn't really have to be that specific, in my opinion. You could get incredibly granular if you wanted, but I think it's in the spirit of the gadget stuff in particular that it's kind of different gadgets, not necessarily every time, but you wouldn't say, like the wristwatch laser is kind of a trope in the games at this point, and I'm sure it appears in some movies, but you wouldn't take it for granted, or you wouldn't say that a Bond movie doesn't quite feel like a Bond movie if it doesn't have a wristwatch laser. I mean, I wouldn't anyway. But it's not really up to what anyone would or would not say. It's up to science, and it's raw data and empiric evidence. That's what we're dealing with here. So let's do some science and enter the data. 007 Nightfire for the Game Boy Advance most certainly features gunplay. Oh yeah, wrong window. This is where I can actually enter the number. Number 1. Fisticuffs. I'm actually unsure. Is there a melee attack in this game? There are technically some amount of brawling happening in cutscenes, but it's fucking barely legible, so I wouldn't really want to count that. I certainly didn't use any melee here. I want to say that if there technically exists melee combat in this game, it is very hidden away and you kind of wouldn't know. I'd have to go back to figure out if there is any, so I'm inclined to say 0 for this one. Obviously, in a lot of the other first-person shooters, the melee combat is kind of not really a big thing, and it's kind of like a last resort if you run out of ammo. But even then, in some of them, you have actual cutscenes or scenes happening where there's like fighting. You might have forced, you know, sections. We'll see later. There's another section or another element criteria here that's typically associated with fisticuffs or forced fisticuffs, but there wasn't really a thing like that in this game. So I'm gonna put a 0. Gadgets, sure. We got the watch laser, we got the grappling hook, we got the PDA. You know, there's a whole slew of stuff, basically all taken from the other versions of Nightfire. Driving car. So, in the console Nightfire, obviously there are driving levels, but this isn't strictly about what elements are incorporated in the gameplay. It's more about what do they choose to depict Bond doing. And I left this blank for PC Nightfire because I couldn't recall if there was like driving in cutscenes. I was leaning toward a no, I think, because technically, like even in this version, yeah, Bond is behind the wheel when they like back the amphibious car into the ocean, but that's not really driving. Like it doesn't, you know, it's him like parking. Even if he was driving the car from Mayhew's estate to the Phoenix Corp like tower building, there's a cutscene where he's driving. Like I think technically there is, but it's, you know, it doesn't do anything to show off his driving skills or anything like that. But I think that cutscene, the equivalent in the GBA game, is taken from the PC game. So I think it's only fair that I kind of put the same thing here. And because I was unsure here, I think it's safer to kind of leave this blank, but I'm not sure. 0.25. Looking through a guide, can't find any melee weapons. That's a good call, just looking at it that way. Yeah, because there's not like a fist on the weapon wheel or anything. I think it's going to be pretty low because there's the Bond quotient for this game. I mean, it's going to do better than some games for sure, but it's not going to... It's missing a lot of elements from its console or PC counterparts, I reckon. But yeah, I mean, the driving is absolutely a 0.5 at best, but it could be... like, we gave points in the Game Boy James Bond for driving, like, a boat, and that happens for, like, 2 seconds, but it's presented within the visuals of the game. Like, it's not interactive, but it's like, you're in the context of the game, and we're seeing, like, we're walking here, we're fighting these dudes, we're doing this, we're having a dialogue, and then he's driving a boat. And I think that adds, like, that means more than if it's especially a cutscene that's so shittily presented as the ones in this game. So I could argue that there may be reason to give more points for the PC version than this one, because you can fucking not even tell what's going on in the cutscene here. But we'll leave it blank for now because I'm unsure. Driving other, I'm pretty sure that's a 0. I'm just a little unsure why I left it at 0 for this one. We start the beach level with a raft in the PC version. That's not even in the Game Boy one. Because I don't recall if there was, like... I guess I would count the underwater car as not a car. That's an other, if it's, like, got submarine functionality. That might have been my reasoning for not including it, but we don't really get to see him. In fact, without the context of having played the console game, you wouldn't know that that car is like a submarine car. I guess you just have to trust that when Bond backs it up into the ocean, that he knows what he's doing. He's not just drowning himself. But again, I don't think that can really count. Does the space suit count as driving? You know what? That might have been what I was thinking. I wouldn't say the space suit. It's not driving. It's closer to a gadget. But he did. He right. He transported himself into space via space shuttle. But I don't think it's fair to say that he was piloting the shuttle. He rode a space shuttle into space, but I don't think he drove it. And I wouldn't say that Bond is particularly known for his excellence in riding things. He's known for being a driver, or you know, that's what's cool. You don't get excited about Bond being driven or being, you know, taken someplace else by some other, you know, driver or pilot or whatever. I mean, obviously there might be exceptions to that, but in terms of capturing the spirit of what's cool about Bond, I mean, yeah, fucking jumping onto a space shuttle, going into space at a moment's notice, that's a pretty, you know, that's a Bond move, sure. But I don't feel like it really fits in under this category. It's like a very, very loose interpretation. The console game gets a point for this submarine section, but you also like fly a plane. You know what? Well, see, that might also be the thing. In the PC version of Nightfire, there's a level where you and Zoe Nightshade infiltrate this airfield and you steal a plane and you fly away. But I think it is pretty clearly implied that she is the one flying the plane. Which again, doesn't really award points for driving, but I couldn't possibly see, like, it would really have to be the space shuttle that would give him any kind of credit for this. And I don't think that really counts, but at the same time, like, that is a cool thing that could be like worth rewarding. But obviously I can't really put like rode a spaceship as like a category because that's like too specific. No different from Bond riding a train. I mean, I think it's a little bit different, but you know, you could argue that it's more about the setting than how he gets there. Or rather, you know, we're gonna get to Moonraker, I think, at some point because it's featured in 007 Legends, I believe. And we'll see how it works there. But if he's like, you know, being sent to space and just like, all right, I'm just getting on, like, then yeah, it's kind of no different than just taking a boat somewhere or a plane somewhere. The fact that he's sort of space jacking this shuttle, like, that's kind of cool, but that has nothing really to do with driving vehicles. Bond moves could be a category. I mean, not really, because it's so like vague. It's hard to, I could give points for anything there, and it's going to be even more difficult to determine what that is in a movie in terms of you know, weighting it properly. But I think the spirit of this category is showing Bond's resourcefulness and, like, at times surprising ability to commandeer vehicles other than cars. Like, we understand and know and can logically intuit sort of that Bond is a good driver. He drives cars, and he drives fast cars, and he does fancy car stunts and shit. But when he drives a tank or a biplane or a hovercraft or whatever else, it's like, ooh, that's a little exotic and a little interesting. And him getting on a space shuttle to go to space doesn't really, it doesn't tick that box. So I'm gonna say 0 there, because I don't, even taking into account what maybe there in the PC version, like, I can't see how we could possibly give him credit for any of that when, like, nah. I mean, even the space shuttle stuff is like halfway off screen anyway. So let's not waste any more time on that. Car gadgets, none, because there's not really any cars present. Charm / smarm is the next category, and this one is a little bit vague. But it's basically down to like Bond's dialogue, or in some cases the vibe and atmosphere of the game itself. All of the dialogue in this game is, of course, taken verbatim from the script of the other versions. And it does have a few shitty one-liners. And I mean, we gave points to the other versions, and there's less dialogue here, but they made an effort to include it. And he makes the same shitty puns, so I think it has to be, that has to count. Drinking, very barely, but yes, it is featured in the ending, at the very least. You might have missed it because you can barely tell, but you know, they talk about the shaken and stirred and everything. They have a little toast before they make out in the car, so that definitely counts. Stunts. All right, you do the parachute jump. You climb the wall with your magnet gloves in a cutscene. There's some some riveting grappling hook action. I think it's fair to say that this is an element that they incorporated to the best of their ability, and some of which is like actually happens during gameplay, like the parachute thing, where you have to grab the parachute and jump off of a platform, and you actually fall down a bit before the screen fades out and the level ends. The cutscenes are presented in such a visually unstimulating way that it really undercuts a lot of it. But in terms of what elements they included in the game, for sure, that's like, we can't deny that. Gambling is not present in any way. We didn't even see any hors d'oeuvres that we mistook for playing cards in this one, so that's a 0. Globetrotting, sure, and I think this version, much like the PC version, actually did well with like showing off the tropical island. I want to say this one is almost the best one at that, because the tropical island location is present in all 3 games, but in the console game it's just driving. In the PC game it's mostly inside of facilities and stuff and caves and whatever. Here we get the beach and a little bit of, it's not a jungle exactly, but I want to say, well, there's some greenery at least. But you know, you have the Austrian castle, you have the Japan levels, absolutely no questions. You know, it's qualifying as a globe-trotting adventure. We do get some M briefings. Again, pretty much just taken from the other version, so there's not much more to say about that. No voice or likeness or anything, of course, because it's just text. And I don't think, we might have seen like one screenshot with a little headshot of M in a briefing screen, but that would be it. Q briefing, we can actually retroactively add this to the PC version, because I was unsure, apparently, because I didn't fill this in. But we were kind of reminded when we saw some screenshots from the cutscene over the credits in the Game Boy version. You do have that sequence where Bond and Kiko are driving to the Phoenix Tower, where Q basically gets on FaceTime to tell Bond about tranquilizer darts and special vision glasses and whatever else. So I think that I'm not sure why I was uncertain about this, but I think that absolutely has to count as a Q briefing. So we'll give points to both for having that. Q branch, however, is not featured, and I mean Q himself. Oh yeah, in the PC version, there are several parts where Q gets on the radio to tell you about stuff, and I was unsure about whether I should count that, but I think there is a proper Q briefing, even if it's like over the phone in the car. But there's no Q branch, and I don't think in the PC version you ever meet Q in person. He does show up in the console game because he introduces the car to you, but because the car isn't really there in the PC game, Q doesn't have a reason to show up, and he doesn't in the Game Boy Advance game either. So if he doesn't show up, yeah, Q branch itself, there's no field lab or anything like it. Moneypenny, still woefully absent. It's been a while since we saw her, honestly. The line Bond, James Bond. I don't remember the exact context, but I know that it does appear earlier on, because it's in the other versions too. All right, let's scroll onwards. Monty Norman's James Bond theme song is very much present. In fact, it played over the ending, which I thought was kind of a nice touch. Especially in lieu of an actual theme song. The other versions of the game does have an actual theme song. This one does not. Does not feature that song, nor does it replace it with anything else we can call a theme song. So that's a minus. I would say that the GBA game is keeping relatively even pace with its big brothers, more so than I would have expected so far, to be honest. But there's going to be a few things that it's missing. It does have the gun barrel sequence with the amazing walk animation, but it does not have anything approximating a James Bond film opening credit sequence. I'm torn on the rating I gave to the other games here. 0.5, the reason that I gave it 0.5 is that it has something that is styled visually like a Bond movie opening credit sequence, but it doesn't actually have credits, and it's also very short. It's, you know, it's not like a full song, full opening, but in its like stylization and its presentation, it is a million times more elaborate and like proper than most games have attempted so far. But I think what I said, and I guess I stand by it now that I think about it a little bit more, is that we need to see how that scale is kind of calibrated. Because if we get more games coming up that actually do have a proper full-ass opening credit sequence with credits, full length, with the song and everything, then it does make sense to not give these games quite enough, like quite full credit for it. But at the same time, like in context of what we played so far, the effort they went to is like really sick. So I'm still very torn on that. But like I said, these numbers are not final, so everything is subject to change to some degree. Either way, the Game Boy version didn't have anything, so that's an easy enough decision to just leave that at 0. Product placement. I can't think of any. Because we don't have any like Motorola phones, we don't have any Aston Martins or Mercedes cars or anything else. So I'm pretty sure that's a 0. In fact, well, we'll get to that. Bond in Peril, yes. We do have the scene where Bond gets knocked out by Kiko and brought back to Phoenix Tower and have to like escape. So that counts. But the Bond likeness... I think we're going to have to give this a 0.5. Now, this is a category that I think is a little contentious because it doesn't really matter, but we can take care of that when we weigh these at the end. Because obviously it doesn't make sense to compare these to the films, because every film has a Bond actor and he has his own likeness. But also, we can tell from playing games that whether Bond happens to look like one of the actors who portrayed him has very little bearing on whether the character feels authentic in the game. So, like, it doesn't really... it doesn't mean that much, in my opinion. But yeah, this is a weird one, because in some cutscenes, he does not have an actor's likeness. His likeness is featured, but it's like, it's more distracting that his look changes. So it's, like, really weird. We've given 0.5s in this category in the past for games that feature his likeness on the box, for example, but not in the game itself. Like I said, 0.5s are usually kind of weird edge cases, and this is no different. Sexy ladies have been featured, undoubtedly. Also, sexy ladies, comma, evil. Because we got Kiko, who very much exemplifies this category. Now for the final stretch here. Did we witness James Bond's dick powers? Well, I will say that Bond's display of dick powers are severely inhibited by the format of the cutscenes of this game. But we do have the scene of Bond and Dominique meeting for what's essentially the first time and like immediately making out, because that's not supposed to be the first time they meet, but the scene where they meet previously is only in the Xbox or the console game. So that's very funny. Obviously, you know, he kind of hooks up with all of his, you know, field agents in some capacity. And he sort of maybe, well, not in this one, but I was gonna say in some of the other ones, he might flirt a little bit with, you know, Mayhew's like geisha servants or whatever. But I think it's fair to say that in terms of them, like, considering this an aspect of Bond's character that they want to depict in the game, yeah, within the context of what they can do, I think that's fair to give it a point. I wouldn't say that this version features it any less than the console and PC counterparts. The fidelity with which they are displayed in the cutscenes is a bit, lowered, but that's not really what we're gauging here. The henchman, yeah. Virgil, aka Rook. He's featured fairly prominently, gets a proper boss fight send-off in the PC and GBA version, so definitely counts. We have a proper villain. So to clarify a little bit, for those of you who haven't heard this spiel before, category's iconic villain. At the beginning, I was very unsure of how to chart this, because at first I was like, oh, does this game feature any villains from the films? But then I realized that that's a very stupid way of charting it, because again, it makes it weird to compare to movies, but also it doesn't feel more like a Bond adventure just because we get to see Jaws and Oddjob again. I mean, that's always fun, but I can't penalize a game for like choosing to not include old characters. You could have potential like a kind of bonus category for featuring like unrelated Bond characters. Like console Nightfire has a bunch of multiplayer skins for characters from other Bond films and everything. And that's like a fun thing. It makes it feel like a more general Bond like celebration, in a sense. But it's not really crucial to like those are kind of like cameos and Easter eggs, really. So I don't feel like that should really count. Ultimately, what matters is like, does the game have an actual villain that feels like a proper Bond villain with a Bond villain worthy dastardly plot? And you'd think that, yeah, of course it does. Surely all the games do. But that's not the case, really. There are some games that don't really have a clear villain, or a villain that's like only mentioned in the manual and that kind of thing. But Raphael Drake is very prominently featured throughout the plot. He gives a couple of evil speeches. He's got a fucking space station, definitely counts. Villain's Lair is a little... it's a little awkward here, honestly, because in the other versions of the game, we see more of this like facility, and we get a much clearer idea. Like, it is much more unambiguously a James Bond villain lair. Isn't his space station a lair? That's debatable. But the space station itself is not really featured in this version or the console game. The space station as an actual location where villainous business can be conducted is only really featured in the PC version. But in the PC version, the actual underwater hidden base compound is also where Drake has like fancy offices with chandeliers and bookcases and, a proper ass evil lair. The space station, I think, as we see it featured in this game, which is essentially identical to the console game, all we see is this like tiny little mobile missile launch platform with a little control room. There might be a lair hidden in there. Maybe he's got a very nice reclining chair. He might have a world map with some glowing lights on it. A nice wine cellar, but we don't know. We don't get to see that, so we can't really assume that to be the case. But there are other locations that can quite, easily qualify as being a lair of some sort. He's got his hidden space training facility inside the shutdown power plant, but even those things, to whatever degree they are present in the GBA version, it's so kind of abstracted and simplified that it doesn't really give that vibe. The closest we get to a lair is the island HQ, the island base, or whatever it was called. But in the GBA game, it's just a couple of hallways. It's just like, they launch, I don't know, I'm so torn because it feels like a facility. It feels like, it's grayish blue industrial hallways. There are shipping containers. There are a few computer panels, sure. It's a facility with some kind of administrative
role, but like, you know, it's not really. It could have very easily also have been just like a not a warehouse maybe, but like there's nothing special about it. It's like it's barely a lair, and it's certainly not like villainous. It could very easily have been a different type of, you know, power plant or something like that. So I think it's like, I could give it a 0.5. Like it's just doesn't, it doesn't lean into the concept or the idea that this is like a lair, a secret hideout. It is in terms of the plot, but in terms of the spirit of what it's like to uncover that location and infiltrating it, doesn't really feel that way. But could be the first 0.5 in the villain's lair category. But I'm torn because I feel like maybe, I don't know that we need to be that stingy about it. But I feel like if you hadn't played the other versions of the game and we just played it as we did now, I wouldn't have thought of that as like, oh, this is the level where you infiltrate the lair. Because it doesn't feel that way. It just feels like industrial hallways. Fuck it, we'll give it a 0.5. The final category is James Bond Will Return. This is, of course, a famous little message that was usually attached to the end of the credits of the films, advertising, well, that James Bond will return, and sometimes with the title of the next movie. And we've seen that in a few games, not least, most recently, the PC version of Nightfire. I'll admit, I wasn't exactly super duper eagle-eyed reading the credits, but I don't believe this message showed up in this game, did it? Pretty sure it didn't. We can leave it blank because the credits are going to be easy enough to check after the fact to make double sure that we didn't mess anything up. Leaving it blank is obviously the same as 0 as far as calculating the score here. So the raw bond quotient is simply a sum of all these numbers, again with a maximum of 30. This will be adjusted, so this is not reflective of a final ranking or anything. But let's see how GBA Nightfire stacks up to its other counterparts. The console game got 25.5, which I believe is the top-rated game, or top-rated, you know, highest raw bond quotient. The PC version fell behind by a couple of points, mostly on account of not having the driving stuff. So where does this end up? 18. Yeah. Falling behind a fair bit. I would say we got a whole slew of games in the 20-ish range. 18 is better than a lot of other games, but it doesn't really do anything to, whether we're talking about bond quotient or gameplay quality or anything, the GBA Nightfire doesn't really do much to make up for the shortcomings that it very clearly has compared to its big brothers. But 18 points could be a lot worse. I would say this game has had a lot of issues, but not being enough of a bond game is not really one of them. So there you have it. 18 points for now. Is this the highest for a handheld bond? I would have to check, but I cannot imagine that being the case, considering we have James Bond 007 for the Game Boy. And that is at a 19.5. I'm like sort of surprised in a way that they're like as close to each other as they are. But there could potentially be more points to be added in the Game Boy one, because I think there's a few categories that we didn't map when we charted that. Yeah, there's a few empty slots that there could potentially be filled in. And even the world's not enough is where that ended up. 14. Yeah, okay. And there haven't been that many portable Bond games. But I think it's definitely, you know, it's borrowing a lot of the stuff that was just made for the other versions of the game. So, like, it kind of comes with the package. I would say the expectation is a lot higher at this point. Earlier on, it was kind of iffy, and the Game Boy game really, like, delivered
I mean, GoldenEye had 21, and Game Boy Bond had 19.5, and those were both like significantly higher than anything prior, basically. And then since that point, like most games have hovered around 20, as you can see, slightly above even. So by that standard, if anything, the portable games stand out as having lower scores. But I think, you know, it's doing pretty alright for itself. Again, if I could change anything about this game, I don't think I would, like, anything that would increase its ranking on this list, or like this number, would be pretty far down my list of requests of things to change in the game. Being able to, like, strafe and turn without inertia, stuff like that, I think would be a lot more important. Anyway, we're running really late here. We really need to wrap up. But thank you so much for hanging out. And damn, I'm so thrilled to not have to play this game again next time. I feel good that we were able to make such steady progress and actually get through the last couple of levels and get to the end. Like I said, we are most likely going to be doing something completely different on Wednesday's stream. I don't know what just yet. Maybe we'll do some more Cyberball. Maybe I have some Steam shit that I want to catch up on. I really don't know. I have to think about it. And whatever it's going to be, it's going to be happening around 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time on Wednesday right here. And we'll take things from there, I suppose. Let me find a raid target. I think we raided him very recently, but you know, I haven't been able to much recently, so let's go visit Hazemaker again. He's doing Amiga April, or however you want to say that. People are streaming Amiga games for April, apparently. That's cool. I'm like halfway glad I didn't know about that beforehand, because then I might be tricked into thinking I would want to do that and spend a bunch of work with that. But hey, let's just enjoy other people streaming Amiga games. Thank you very much for hanging out, guys. It's been a blast. Take care, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace.